You're on?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm trying to think of like a handle to like greet people. I was just like going into people's like chats and everything with like a like hello, and then I would always spell it HELLP and miss the O.
Yeah. Oh,
I was just like help.
I'm hosting somebody right now, technically. I mean, so 1 second.
That's okay.
It's funny when you're hosting somebody, but you're like, no, I want to go on now.
Right?
Okay, let's see. Am I okay? Now I'm officially on. Hey, everybody. Hello.
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 I brought Funk with me today.
I'm here.
The stream's gonna get funky.
And it's already funky. Everywhere I go, it's funky.
Yeah. I should play some funk music.
Honestly.
Yeah.
At a jam.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was just telling Bigfoot he should guess what I'm doing right now.
Yes. What are you doing?
Well, you gotta guess. At least guess something. I can give you a hint. It's I'm procrastinating on writing my book or finishing my book.
Well, that's important.
But it's also kind of book / writing related.
Okay. Were you doing what I was doing, getting distracted by strategy games?
No, honey. It is kind of distracting.
Okay. Watering a mango tree?
I wish I was doing that, but I don't have a mango tree, so no.
Guess who just bought one a few days ago?
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know. What are you doing?
I am creating my own font.
I love it. I love it. What are you gonna?
I'd like to imagine it's for a project, you know, like titling and things.
Yeah.
Or even just like to get myself more interested in my chapters, just writing them in a cool font.
That's amazing.
But I'm not actually like writing. I'm just like, okay, now I'm like drawing the capital A.
Hey, that's creative.
Pretty fun. Yeah, it's an excuse anyway.
Yeah, that's amazing. Have you learned any lessons? Could we see the funk? I mean, Esselle Funk does sound like a font name to me.
True.
Can we?
As in, you want to see like
Yeah, let's
an
see it.
example of it?
Yeah. Let's see it.
All right, let me see if I can.
Let's get. Do you ever get random songs stuck in your head
Yes, all the time.
that you haven't heard in years? But for some reason, I have physical stuck in my head right now. Let's get physical.
There, I just sent a little snapshot.
Oh, I am excited.
It is really based off of some fonts that I was using as a.
Where did you send it?
On Discord.
Oh. Not to me.
Not to you?
I haven't.
No, I did. Maybe it's just taking a while.
Okay.
If you don't get it, I'll send it again.
Maybe send it again.
Okay.
Tashi. Oh, is there an echo? Damn it. I was afraid of that. 1 second. I'm pretty sure I know how to fix it, but 1 second.
Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't actually send it. There we go. No, it was my fault.
Oh, that looks cool. 1 second. There's I've been informed that there's an echo. I was afraid that might happen.
Okay.
1 second. I'm pretty sure. I know how to fix it, though. Just, I need to be able to hear it.
No worries. I had a really weird song in my head this morning when I woke up, and I can't remember what it is. It was like, why is this in my head? It wasn't like a song that I haven't heard in years, but it was definitely weird. Or just odd.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a big echo. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Where are all my... No, it's there's an echo. Just
okay. I think I can change my
all I gotta do is this. All I gotta do is just plug in some out.
Let me see. I changed.
Isn't this the most fun part of any stream, dealing with audio issues?
Yeah, especially when you're already live. Like
yeah.
Thought I figured this out.
I really wish, like, okay. Can you say something, Funk?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Okay.
Let me do something quick.
Wait. Hello?
Hello?
Why are you... Why is... Oh, does it sound good now?
I don't know. Does it sound good?
Natasha?
Kinda.
Does it sound good? Huh. Let's see. Weird. Okay. We'll go with that. We'll go with that until I get another complaint.
I'm trying to find a way to change...
I don't know why. Sorry. What song was stuck in your head?
I can't remember.
Well, if you just go...
Now physical's in my head. It doesn't take much.
No, it does not take much to put that song in your head. Because
no, not at all.
It's kind of the perfect song to get stuck in your head. It always gets stuck in my head. And it's perfect. It's perfect humming material, which is strange to say. You know?
What? It's gonna bother me now. I can't remember. But I remember distinctly, this morning, getting up and going, why is that song in my head?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, Funk. Wait, I know what to do.
The brain is interesting.
The brain is infinitely interesting. 1 second. I'm gonna do just one more thing because I think I can fix this totally.
All right.
Okay. Input device. Output device.
That's what I was trying to do on my end. I was trying to change it so that it came through my earbuds, just in case.
No. It matters on my end just because they can hear it, but it should work now because I'm hearing you through my headphones.
Okay.
1 second. And hey,
Purple writes often. Is there an echo? We're trying to figure out if there's an echo. Purple writes often says no. So we're procrastinating.
Yeah.
And we're just generally feeling,
Okay. I believe I fixed it totally.
chill.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can not be distracted and we can just hang. Sorry.
Yes.
I always forget when I have people on. I should always just wear I should always just wear headphones.
Yeah. I try to have my background sound, audited out, and then have everything. I don't know. I have a Yeti Blue, so I have it on the setting where everything is just toward me instead of surrounding the room.
Purple, do you want to join? Would you be Funk? Do you want Purple to join?
This is your stream, and you know we're chill. So
yes, okay.
That's a yes.
Sure. Do you want to transfer this call over to my Discord? Let's transfer.
We can do that.
Yeah, just so we'll leave it open. 1 second. Say goodbye to Purple for just a brief. Goodbye to Funk for just a brief second. Okay. Oh. And Funk is back.
And I'm back.
Yeah.
A little bit better.
Yeah. There we go. So Funk was... Oh, right. We got distracted by that. So Funk was showing me the... Funk is designing a font. Can I show the font?
Yeah.
Wait.
Go ahead. I'll actually have the full thing done probably in a little bit.
What are you going to call this?
Oh, yeah. I recognize that. Not OBS, but...
Yeah. This is Twitch. We're using Twitch. I got guilted out of Streamlabs.
I have not. I am streamlined. But I am not using it right now, so...
Yeah. No, but...
We won't talk about it.
Yes, this is Funk. This is Funk's... beautiful... This is Funk's...
It's numeral. I don't really like the ampersand very much.
Yeah?
I feel like I'm going to change it a little.
Yeah.
But, yeah, just working on some capital letters because what's better than editing your work in progress? Creating a font for it.
Exactly. And what's better than doing anything?
Not writing your work in progress.
Is it, Atashi?
Hey,
We're writers. That's what we do.
Ooh.
Hello.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Purple.
Nice. Okay, hold on.
Atashi, we had a recent issue in the Discord, so I'm actually kind of happy it's dead at the moment. So, a bot just, a scam bot just invaded my Discord. So, I'm going to give it a few days of it being dead, and then I'll if you want to get back in, Atashi, I'll just invite you in personally. But I'm going to give it a few days before I let it be open again.
A bot?
Yeah, scam bot invaded.
Ruh-roh, Reggie.
Well, I learned recently, I learned through this situation. Okay, this is what I mean by tech companies being intentionally confusing. Discord has two separate things that qualify, has two separate levels of banishment. And I saw this bot come in immediately and I just banished it. But apparently, ban doesn't mean ban in Discord. What it means is, like, mute. Like, they can't post anything, but they're still on the server. Oh. You have to kick them. So, I thought I got rid of the stupid thing. I banned it, and then, nope. We got tons of... everybody told me they were getting scam messages from this thing, so... I kicked it instead.
I didn't get anything like that.
Well, I'm glad, but it was very annoying.
It just proves how active I am on Twitch in general.
On the Discords, yeah.
On the Discord servers.
Hey, Tashi.
I'm so cool, guys. I have a Discord.
Come look at my Discord.
I'm not even restored in my Discord. It just exists in limbo.
Really? Yeah.
It has no management.
Yeah. Did you get hit? Didn't you get hit, Atashi?
I had a personal thing, but it was kind of like looking into the void and jumping in.
Yeah. No,
my Discord is fine.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a member. I'm still.
Yeah.
I believe I'm a member of your Discord still.
Yeah, the community is fine.
Yeah. So that was a very frustrating frustrating situation to happen where like did you know that am I just thick that I didn't know that you ban and kick were two, you had to, there's a whole nother level of banishment on Discord? Like, what's the point of that, like lesser level, you know? When you want somebody out of the server, you just kick them out, like, or ban them, you know?
Yeah, like, honestly, I can't even, like, keep up most of the time.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I would have had no idea.
Exactly. So, Funk, how is your book going?
Again, I said this before, but I'll just preface this.
Yeah.
It's going fine if you think about the fact that all of my deadlines are self-appointed.
Yeah.
Or everything is self-induced.
Yeah.
So I am very behind, and that kind of, I get in my head about it because I keep thinking ahead to like, well, I want this to be all done so that the few weeks before I release, I'm not worried about it. It's all set up, and it's just like the fun waiting, you know? But if I keep plugging away the way I do, I'm probably going to just be like a dead run until I release.
Well, that, you know, I find in the end that never like happens where you're like, oh, all I got to do is just, you know, I'll just work consistently at it. It's like, you know, like creativity or like creative like work is so weird because it's like, yeah, you can theoretically it'd be good to schedule stuff. But then your mind will just not work one day. You know, you'll get up and you're just like, nope, it's not going to happen.
That's literally where I am. Just like, well, I guess the brain isn't going to work today. I actually did something last night that helped a lot, but I don't want too dependent. I was reading bits to my sisters, and I was like, just let me know if you feel like bored or you have questions. Like basically using them as just listen while I read this to you.
No,
it helped me kind of like gain some like distance from the material because I felt like I was just like zoomed up way too close that I was like, I can't tell what's going on anymore.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I think that works. I think that's always a good idea to do that. You know, read it out loud to somebody because then you suddenly know how you actually want to say it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or you know how it sounds or how repetitive it is, and
that's
usually my problem.
I always usually record myself while I read it to people. You know, because like I know I will clean it up when I read it out loud. You know, like because you know. But no, that's a good idea. And me myself, I don't know if you saw. I put a little message in my Discord when I did it, but I finished my script.
Oh, did I see that? I feel bad if I didn't see that.
I
don't know that I saw that, but
you sent
congratulations.
You sent me a message congratulating me, by the way. So.
Oh, I did. Okay, that's good. I'm like, oh shit.
No. I saw that. But now it needs to be edited, and I'm like, I am procrastinating hard on doing any of that.
Where I'm at the editing level, and it's like this was supposed to be the easy part. This part was supposed to be easy, and it's not.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, once like you get into it, it's shockingly easier to do like edit like rewrites than to write. You know.
Yeah, true.
Because you don't have to go like, oh God, what am I doing now? Like, what should work? What shouldn't? You know, like once you're in it, you're like, okay, we know what works, what doesn't. But like, there's a sort of like horrible feeling of like, what? Oh no! But I spent so long writing this. I don't want to have to delete it and start it. You know, I don't want to have to start again on it.
Right. Or like, oh my gosh, with the way I'm rewriting this, I'm never going to get through to chapter whatever 10.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I mean,
trying not to be too hard on myself, but I've already kind of promised my beta readers chapters like a month ago, and I'm still like struggling to get through chapter 2. I'm like, because this is where we're setting up motivation.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly.
And that's kind of a big moment. It's a 10 chapter story.
Yeah.
So it kind of has to move quickly. And I was just like, oh
yeah.
Man.
You know, and there's this whole like, you know, the thing is you never really know when a story is done, and you're like, well, how do I know I want to finish it? And it's like, you don't really. You're just like, you've worked on it for so long. It's like I can't look at this thing anymore.
You just bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Well,
but
like,
also, I've been working on my script. Not to just talk about myself extensively, but no, I've been working. I've been working on my script for like 3 years at this point, pretty much the whole pandemic.
Okay.
And I just don't want to look at it anymore.
Honestly, yeah, I can relate to that feeling.
Yeah, I
need to be separated from it a bit more.
Yeah. Well, eventually, I'll be like, Purple?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was eating my food and stuff, and yeah. I have a question.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is kind of weird to say, and I know you guys are probably older than I am, but...
We are.
Well, not too old, right? You're not like 60, right?
No.
No.
Well, I'll keep that to myself. I'm kidding. No, we're not 60.
Yeah.
Alright, good. Because I was gonna show my face again, like... No, sorry, I won't do that. I won't do that. That's a stupid idea.
No. If you want to, you can show your face.
You can do whatever you want.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like...
No worries.
This is an informal, like, just hang out, chat situation.
Yeah. Like, I have your stream up on my, like, main monitor, but on my, like, on my laptop, I'm still working on my fonts. So I'm, like, bouncing kind of back and forth. Yeah. So.
What do you want to talk about, Purple? And Tashi, how goes the programming, by the way?
It's going alright. I spent money this week.
By the way, I probably won't be able to show my... because it is dark in here.
No worries. How's the programming going?
I might have to change the light bulb again.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Hi, Callie.
It's all good.
Yeah. Tashi, how is the programming going?
Well, I bought a couple of things off the marketplace. They have a sale going on this weekend.
That's good. Did you get anything cool?
Use them though.
No. And hello, Callie. Good to see you. Yeah.
Hello.
Tashi is is learning. What is it? Unreal or Unity? Which one are you learning?
Yeah, it's Unreal Engine. I'm just learning it on the side right now.
Yeah.
I find it much more interesting than writing at the moment.
Yeah. Well, almost. When you don't have when you lose your motivation to write, almost anything is more interesting than writing.
Right? Oh my gosh. I did chores.
Yeah.
I did so much. I organized my closet. I did a bunch of things for work.
It's
boring things for work.
So many boring things for work.
Then it made me go, do I really want to do this? Because this seems like...
Well, everybody...
almost.
Yeah. Well, you are, Callie. If you want to talk about it, feel free to. I would say, like, I used to have that issue where it's like, I don't want to do it. And then every once in a while, I would, like, totally nail it. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm doing it. And I realized,
it comes in spurts.
Yeah. And, instead of, like, fighting that, I feel like people should just embrace that as an idea, Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I can't help it. That's the only way I function.
Yeah. And
then when people are like, wow, how's your book going? I'm like, try not to judge myself.
Yeah. I mean, one of the ways that you can, like, so I always go like, just embrace this, just embrace the flow,
Mm-hmm.
And use the off time to, like, learn a bunch of cool new things that you can then bring into your writing.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And I am back.
Hi, Purple.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Sorry
back.
for that. I had to like fix a lot of things.
Yep.
That's fine.
I know I'm not. The reason I wasn't able to do it is because my sister's staying over.
Okay.
And she does not like me hearing my conversation with y'all, so I'm just gonna sit in my room for the rest of my life, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm gonna show my face. I hope it's not embarrassing, but it kind of is.
It's not. It's not embarrassing, Purple. You can, if you want
Have
to.
you seen it before?
Yes, we have seen. You've showed us your face before, Purple.
All right, gamers. Hold on. Also, I'm using the horizontal view because I have to charge my phone. So.
That's okay. That's actually better.
Yeah, true.
Horizontal is way better. Like, I've been doing a lot of TikTok stuff lately, and I hate vertical so much. I hate it so much. It just looks worse, you know?
Yeah.
But it's the way you have to do it on TikTok, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, that you have to do that little like, okay, flip the camera over, and then that's just more time taken away from your
Exactly.
Yeah, I can
little
see
video.
that.
Which, by the way, I know that TikTok isn't like the topic of conversation, but since when is it like, oh, we're TikTok, you can post up to 10 minutes of video now? Like, that just defeats the purpose to me.
Oh, that was always going to happen, though. Like,
I know, but it's like, it reminds me of like Vine. Like, the point is to do a quick, you know, and it's like, well, now I can do like a
more funny, I guess.
Yeah. Well, like, basic level is that TikTok can 10-minute videos. You can are create more engagement, and you can put more ads in between them. It's a whole thing. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. I uploaded a 10-minute video to my account a little bit ago. It did terribly, and nobody watched it, but I still had fun doing it.
That's good. It's good to enjoy what you do.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Yeah.
What's the point of doing it if you don't enjoy it?
What?
Then, when you think, I saw your TikTok that was like, I don't want to like take away from like, you guys should go, if you're on TikTok, go subscribe to Bigfoot.
Yes, I post a
Yeah,
lot.
I'm on TikTok, but I don't use it.
Like, so I didn't get the job. So we're doing this. I'm doubling down. I was like, ooh, way to go.
Oh God, I was so distressed that day. And yes,
I could tell. You were like, here we go.
Yeah. So I was very close to getting a very good job. I was very close to getting a very good job with Verizon. Like, this close. I went through 3 interviews. They all liked me. And the last one person said, I'd be happy. I'm excited to work with you. And then they said, you don't have the relevant experience. Never mind.
Wow.
Since when do you really need that specific of like?
And the job came with training, which was the crazy part.
This isn't something that you go to school for. This is just your Verizon. Get over yourself.
Yeah, and it was 7 weeks of training that would be part of the job.
7 weeks of training, and they said you don't have the relevant experience.
Nobody has the relevant experience. Anyways, so...
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Ew.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I mean, at some... I'm applying, man. I'm applying. I'm trying to get something. But the jobs... anyway, so I posted a TikTok where I posted a video where I'm like, well... Fuck it.
Well,
this is the only thing that's been successful so far, so I'm going to double down. And I agree 100% with you, Coffee and Itachi. Yeah, but on that level, no social media company should ever be trusted ever, you know? Including the one we're currently partaking in right now, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're all bad, and I'm aware that, like, saying, well, they're all bad doesn't totally... make it better, you know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're aware, you're self-aware, but...
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, so I don't know. I'm having fun. I'm getting people there. And if I get 1,000 followers on there, I can stream. I can live stream from TikTok.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But I don't use TikTok, so...
Yeah, nobody should use TikTok. Unless you're doing it to follow me, then everybody should.
Yeah. If you're on
Well,
TikTok,
I am, but I'm also doing it for my
subscribed
offer stuff.
to Bigfoot.
Yeah. Subscribe to
You're
me.
missing the point.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, self-promo hours. I have I have like several YouTube channels now.
Yeah. Well,
You do?
yeah. What?
Mine is the one I showed you last time, but I have like one more, but I hadn't like done anything in it yet. So.
Yeah. What's your main one? Purple. What's your main one?
Oh, it's Maya Robinson. That's my name, by the way. So.
Yeah. Real names? We're not supposed to reveal those.
Well, I use that for my own name because I don't have any good nickname to put on my offer account.
Yeah.
And there's like a bunch where like they'll put like a name, like it's your pen name, and I'm like, I don't really want that because then nobody's gonna know me as.
Well, you don't have to,
any pen name.
Like pen names are kind of like a fun like thing for a little bit, but you don't have to have a pen name. Like tons of authors just go by their real name. You know?
I want to, but at some point I do want to have a pen name for like differentiating books, things. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I look so stupid. I am incredibly I have this I don't tell a lot of people this, but I do have a lazy eye for some reason. It hasn't really been a thing. I don't know why. It just hasn't.
Well,
interesting.
Ever since the youngin' times, I had a lazy eye, and it's kind of been weird. I see myself and be like, yeah, that's me.
I wouldn't have noticed it if you didn't point it out. Like, I don't think people really...
It's true.
Okay, then never mind. It doesn't really matter. But
yeah.
Also, sorry if it's really dark in here.
You didn't hear that.
No worries.
Also, I know some people. I don't show my face very often because privacy reasons and. Also, why the hell would I do that at the same time? Especially when I'm around other people. I don't want them looking at me like, oh, that's me. That's your name? Like, yeah, it is. So, I'm just not going to show it too much, but this might be the only time. I don't know, though. Not going to say it is, but... I've been having a lot of issues with my image of myself because...
Yeah, I would say, like, for a young person online, that's probably pretty smart, is to not show your face. I would tell all the young people out there, to maybe not do that right now. Like, wait a while. You know.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're on a Zoom call, then that's fine. But even then, I don't even show my face there because sometimes I just don't want to look at people.
Yeah. Oh no. Unless it's like a personal call, I never unmute myself really. You know.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Do you know? Okay, I know I have a lot of body kind of image issues for some reason because.
Well.
Pretty common.
It's pretty common. You're young. You're young. It's incredibly common to have those. I
look at go on TikTok and look at girls like they're skinnier than me. I just feel like sometimes I kind of feel bad because, I look stupid. I look like a kid for some reason, and I don't actually look like a 14-year-old anymore. I just look stupid.
No, you don't.
Right.
And also this thing right here. I don't know where I got this from. I'm gonna call it on the pandemic for that because.
Yeah. Well.
Look at this. I showed my video and I have a sweater on.
Yeah.
And people made fun of me because I looked fat, and I was like.
No, I mean those are just assholes.
There were kids too, and I left the server because.
Yeah.
I just couldn't deal with it, and I didn't want to deal with it anymore.
Yeah.
But then I keep remembering that I'm kind of curvier than other people. So it's common that I think I look like a fat ass, but
As a heavy set person myself, I would say those are very common issues. And, part of the reason I have this camera all the way high up here like this is so I don't have to deal with that. I would say camera angles are really not your friends, usually. Like, always. That's why I always try and keep the camera as high as possible for myself.
Well, I can't do that because I don't have a stand.
Yeah, but
I'm broke.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. It's part a little bit of the insecurity is you have a really bad camera angle right now. That's cameras always
I can't fix it because
Yeah, but I'd say I want to say it gets better, but it's just. I don't know. It's just I've gotten shit thrown at me for being heavier, and it's eventually you learn to not give a shit anymore, and go fuck those people, because it's and you go I'm better than you, and who the fuck cares what you have to say, and
might be cliche to say, but. The way I see it is no one can make you feel inferior without your consent.
Yeah.
You allow people to make you feel shitty about who you are.
Yeah.
And frankly, people who take shots at people's weight are they're taking a low blow.
Yeah.
And you're probably better off to just not even take anything they say seriously.
Yeah.
Because they'll do something as benign and trite as make fun of your weight.
Yeah, but
and that's even coming from me. I've definitely put on a lot of weight personally since the pandemic.
Yeah.
I didn't used to be as big.
Yeah.
And the way I keep thinking about it is I'm going to get older someday and I'm going to look at myself and wish I was the way I am today.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get older and my body is just going to fall apart,
Yeah.
And I'll look back and go, "Oh, I was so fit. I was so whatever."
Yeah.
And to just think of it that way.
Yeah. And I'd say Purple also, from personal advice, it's good to not hold grudges. It's good to let the small people just while away, wither and die in your brain. But if it happens, and if you find yourself getting mad randomly at people, going how dare they say that to me? Don't beat yourself up over doing that. It's very natural. I still think this happened over a decade ago, but I still think of this one random guy who said, who screamed, "Look at that fat ass," I'm I'm still mad at that because I wanted to yell at him, because it was the one time in my life I didn't stand up for myself, and it's but it's don't this is it's a very human thing to go oh, I can't believe people said that, don't, you're not weak for dwelling on that or something, you're not inherently less than you as a human being will occasionally dwell on the bad things, and it's not so much about not doing that anymore, it's about learning to ride that out,
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not really mad at people for making fun of me. I don't even really care because I think I'm okay. And as long as I think I'm okay, then who really fucking cares?
And that's what matters.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't like talking about personal issues because it gets real deep. And that's the problem.
Well,
no worries. We can talk about whatever. Well, Purple, what do you want to talk about?
Care at this point. It's kind of embarrassing looking at myself and being yeah, this is me,
Yeah.
But I look so much skinnier in pictures than I do now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, go on.
I had this one photo. My mom took of it when I was 11 or so. and I was really, really better off. My whole, like, chin was a lot thinner.
Yeah.
Even though I was a chubby kid, as a baby, I did kind of grow out of it. My grandma was like, oh, you're not really fat, you're just curvy. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And then all of a sudden, pandemic, puberty, and all the other shit that apparently happens when it comes to me being stressed out.
Yeah.
I gained a lot of weight, and probably because of the pandemic, and I'm trying to get it out, shave it off, but I don't think I'm not gonna force myself to because I'm still young. So
Don't.
I can eat as much chips as I want.
Yeah, don't force yourself to do that. That's no. Yes, pandemic definitely did a number. I think on literally everybody in the world's weight.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I would say like one thing like they don't ever tell you about puberty is that your metabolism slows down quite a bit. So you kind of got
one
hit
of
by
the reasons.
Yeah. So it's not your fault for that. And then pandemic happened, and then it's all this stuff. And I would say again, like when you see like people like who look real thin, remember a photographer can do a lot of things. Photography and Photoshop can do a lot.
Yeah, for real. I was gonna say, like, you look back at photos, Purple, and you're like, I don't look like that anymore. Well, it's true. I don't like a single photo that I'm in, I think, to this day. I look back at photos and I go, oh, God, like... It doesn't matter whether I was skinny, fat, it doesn't matter. It's just like, I always look, I could be in a group photo and everyone else will look fine, but I'll just see me and I'll be like, oh shit. Like, you know? So, it's kind of the same thing of like, you're your own worst critic at the end of the day.
And you
what? Okay. I'm sorry, I have to cut short, not because of reasons. I just don't want to talk about personal issues because it gets me scared. And I don't like talking about that kind of stuff because I think it's mundane.
Yeah.
So we're not going to talk about that.
Okay.
But if I want to vent to anybody, I will. But not sure to a certain point because then I kind of get out of it.
Yeah. Let's talk about writing.
Yeah, cool. Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing my video though because I'm kind of tired socially and stuff, and I want to do other things and not have people see me doing this shit. So
yeah.
Now I feel so much better because I don't have to see myself again.
Purple, you look fine. Don't worry. But I mean,
I usually that's cool.
Writing. Anybody read any books? I'm currently reading a book.
I am reading a book. I don't have it physically because I don't have money.
Yeah.
But I recently got a graphic novel and I've been wanting to read it for a long time.
Oh, which one?
I can't send a link to it, but it's called Amulet.
Amulet? Yeah, by who?
It's like a Kazu something. I don't know. I forgot, but I know his name is
Kazu. Yeah.
Kazuo
something maybe.
Yeah, I'll just send in a link to it if I have to. I probably won't be able to, but it's basically the first book to Stone Keep.
Yeah.
I think I've heard of it actually.
Yeah, I've definitely.
It's a children's comic series, and I've been really obsessed. I want to read it and binge it, so I picked up the first book, The Stonekeeper, and I'm trying to read that.
One second. I have some. I may have met this guy before. 1 second. Let me look for. I think I have something from him.
Yeah, share it to me if you want. I guess I'm just gonna go and sit back, I guess, because that's all I can do these days. Is watch the world go into flames every goddamn time. So, yeah.
Honestly, I feel that. It's like, get up every day and be like, oh, yeah, this is the state of the world. I forgot. I was asleep for a while and I was blissfully unaware. And then I wake up and I go, oh, yeah. That happened and that happened. Anyway, do you ever get songs that get stuck in your head, Purple? For, like, no reason?
Yes.
I had one in my head this morning, like the first thing when I woke up, and I can't remember what it was.
I believe I've met him before. Because he used to edit a anthology book called Flight, which was a pretty fun comic book anthology. And I met the team at Comic-Con one year and got them to sign a book.
Yeah, you went to Comic-Con.
I've been to Comic-Con 3 times.
And I've been wanting to go to Comic-Con for a while, but my friend says San Diego is shitty, and I can't go to Comic-Con because obviously I feel like Comic-Con's more of a cartoon thing at this point.
Yeah,
all kinds of stuff.
It's pretty much just media in general now.
Yeah, it's not as like comic-centric anymore.
No,
which I don't mind because I like to see announcements on TV shows and things.
I mean, you can
I kind of think they should call it something else now.
Well, Purple, there's still a ton of comic book stuff, and you can get like cool like props and things from it. Let's see. Let me give me a second to find one of my most precious things.
Man.
Yeah. I'm
pulling up good stuff.
All right. So I found out that Kazu, whatever the hell his last name is, he had a whole 9-book series for children called Amulet, and I got it recommended by a librarian once. I was like, okay. And I was into manga and shit, so I was like, oh, that's babyish, I'm not gonna read it.
Hello, how's it going?
And then I kind of fell in love with it later. But I have to read that book, which is like 100 pages or more. I think I can binge it if I wanted to, and I feel like I read graphic novels faster than I do real books.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's true. You can get through a graphic novel pretty quickly.
Yeah, it takes maybe a day to get through a graphic novel. Okay. I'm going to show you this, guys. And I want to preface this before I show you this, that I got it solely because this man was there, and he was signing this book in particular. But I think this is pretty impressive. So, this is a comic called Stripperella. It was created by one Mr. Stan Lee. And at Comic-Con one year.
Oh, shit.
He signed it for me. Isn't that cool?
That's so cool.
And I was so briefly in the same, right next to Mr. Stanley. I had to stand for 2 hours to get that autograph. And, revelations later that he was probably being forced to sign it by elder abuse people, but still.
Oh.
1 second.
Man, you gotta ruin a nice moment.
I always have to ruin the nice moments.
That's so cool, though.
Speaking of graphic novels, I want to tell you guys something.
Shoot.
I'm writing a graphic novel, or at least writing it, not really illustrating it, but I'm mostly writing. And it's called, it's supposed to be, I wanted to be a TV show, an animated TV show later on, but it's going to be a comic, and it's called, Operation Apollo.
That's cool. That's a good name.
Somewhere around here, I have a Weta. Weta had a stand one year at Comic-Con. Do you know who Weta is? They did all the special effects for Lord of the Rings and stuff.
Yeah.
And they had like vintage ray guns for sale. Like not real guns, but like That was pretty fun. I can't find.
So I don't want to call it Project Apollo because it sounds more like a sci-fi series than a fantasy. Yeah. But it's about I'm gonna just read off the notes from my note app that I took last night.
Feel free. Feel free. Describe it to me.
So, if you like middle grade fantasy or YA high fantasy stories in graphic novel form, gonna read Project Apollo, which is about two stubborn girls with magic power, the wizard with a dark secret, three seemingly different kids in an academy for chosen ones, and a magical cat who might just save them all.
Okay.
And originally it was going to be a TV show. So basically, it's about these two girls and they're like living in a world full of wizards and stuff.
Okay. I like the idea.
And I think like there's a lot of representation in the story. So there's a lot of there's like I feel like I'm gonna add a lot of it. There could be I think an Asian or like Pacific Islander representation.
Okay. Yes.
Then there's also gonna be kind of like darker moments.
As there should be.
And it's kind of like a high fantasy present, like a modern fantasy that's like a high fantasy world. And basically, these girls, two girls who are like twins or something like that.
Okay.
They go to it's kind of like the Umbrella Academy in a bit, but it's a lot more age appropriate.
Sounds good. I don't know what you're talking about. Umbrella Academy is super age appropriate for everybody. No, go on.
Basically, so when they find out that they're like wizards and things, like the ordinary things, they go to the place called the Chosen One Academy. And it kind of like, they meet these girls, these kids, and they're kind of like magical kids who've been in that academy, in the Chosen One Academy, to be chosen for a prophecy or some kind of shit like that. And it's a parody of high fantasy tropes with a lot of representation, darker twists, and there's even a dark wizard. There's even a wizard called Dark Lords. So if you're interested in parodies of high fantasy tropes, quests, prophecies, maybe dragons or something like that, then I'm gonna have an illustrator do this one for me. But I'm currently writing the characters and the plot for this one, so it's a very interesting project, and I love to speak more about it. I'm probably gonna pitch it to like some media thing when I get indie media, so they can turn it into a TV show once the book comes out.
Sounds good. Okay, so tell me, Purple, did you ever look at that story structure thing I sent you?
The one with Dan Harmon? Yeah. I might have looked at it. Yeah, I probably did.
Okay. Well, you know, Purple. You know what I'd really like to see out of you, if I could ask you this.
Yes.
Could I see a rough draft of an outline from you of the story?
Oh, I have so many of them. Yeah. Okay. Which one you want? You want the one with the series, or you want the dystopian book?
Okay.
That I wrote like a few years ago.
I mean, this one particularly.
Oh.
I'd like to see a rough outline of this get made. Not now, but
at some point, yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still working on characters and their arcs and things. I'm also juggling a lot of other things, so it's gonna be a huge while until that happens.
Okay, but
I don't even know this project.
The story circle thing I sent you could help you with those arcs.
Yeah. May I comment on that? I don't mean to like dismiss the fact that it's a thing, but I kind of don't like Harmon's story structure, surprisingly, because there's a lot of things they miss out in the plot things and things like that. And I kind of want a more complex plot. So maybe it would work better for a sitcom where there's not much character development. But, well, this is kind of like your ordinary fancy kids TV show. So I don't know if I want to, or teenager show, because it's not really a kid show.
Okay, then we can go, let's go with the hero's journey then.
Well, I kind of want to have morally gray characters as well, but the main characters aren't morally gray, but they do meet other ones.
Okay, but let's go. It's not hero's journey. Hero's journey doesn't mean like good guy hero. It just means a character arc sort of thing. Harmon's thing is a simplified version of the hero's journey. So here's the thing though. Should we? Let's do this.
Sorry, I can't know any of this down, so you're gonna have to do it because I don't have.
I linked you what the hero's journey is. So like you don't have to use these structures. In no way you should be forced to stick to structure. But the questions that they like kind of pose for people is like just kind of very basic. Like, what do characters want? How do characters try to achieve them? And how do characters change after achieving these goals? So, like, what would you say your main characters want? What are they trying to do?
Well, to be honest with you, I know this comes up way too often, but I'm kind of juggling other things, so I'm kind of not in the mood to really like dig deep into the story, because I'm also digging even deeper into an urban fantasy story, and I gotta do the outlines for that one as well. So
okay,
I don't know if I have any capacity at the moment to listen to you talk about story structure.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's only a little rude. But is the urban fantasy thing the thing you want to work on?
Yes.
Okay. Is my camera blinking in and out?
I don't see it. I'm not on Twitch, so I can't see it.
Oh, the light flicks just a little, but your camera's on.
That's weird.
I don't see it because I'm not on Twitch, so I'm on.
Okay. Well, then you don't have the ability to answer, so you don't have to. That's weird. Okay, so but it's weird. It's not the light, it's the camera. The camera's doing something strange. Oh, whatever. Nobody's noticing it but me.
Yeah, it stopped doing it, so it looks fine.
Yeah. You think if I move suddenly around?
Yeah.
Okay. But Purple. Is the urban fantasy the thing you really want to work on?
With Blaine in it? I'm working on a prequel to that one. But that's a big project I want to work on at some point. So,
have you written anything else yet? In that?
Yes, I written out a bit about character, like the basic shit, like,
Does the okay, so Purple, can I ask you a question? What is your urban fantasy about?
Oh, by the way, it's about like a supernatural realm kind of thing, where like a bunch of supernatural creatures coexist in the same world.
That's cool.
That's like a summary I can come up with without getting into the intricacies of shit.
So Purple, Okay, so here's a question to all this, Purple. Is this the most interesting moment of your character's life?
Can you clarify? Because there's a bunch of interesting moments a character can go through, like deciding incident and all that other things.
Okay, a piece of writing advice I've always really liked is, what is the most interesting moment of your character's life? You don't have to answer that, just think that. Are we seeing it?
Okay.
Are we seeing it?
Yes, I assume so.
Okay.
I can't speak to my writer brain right now, though, so I can't answer that like in a very detailed manner. But I think I might be able to see it.
But is that the story that you're writing?
About the supernatural realm?
Yeah. Is this the most interesting moment of your character's life? There.
Yes, because
the main story you're writing.
Yeah, that's the urban fantasy I'm working on. That's the main I'm working on.
So here's my advice, Purple. I would really focus on that one right now. If that's the one you really like, ask the story you really want to do. I would say that's the one you should be working on.
Okay. Yeah, understandable.
Yeah, don't worry yourself with like writing a whole series right now or like writing the prequel. Just like work on like work on the one that you're actually interested in. Don't punish yourself. Like, I've met so many people who like punish themselves in a weird way with writing, where they go like, well, I don't want to write like the main interesting thing yet, because like it's not what I'm, like I'll get to that in like book 6, and then so they for some reason force themselves to write these stories that they don't care about just because they're going to save all this interesting stuff for like a theoretical book 6 or 10 or 12, and don't do that. Like, don't force yourself to be that person, like get to the stuff that actually like motivates you, because if you're not interested in the story that you're writing, your readers won't be.
It's honestly really true. Like, I'm having that trouble right now. I mean, trying hard not to rewrite a ton in this edit because I'm trying to keep myself to a schedule, but why start out on the fun parts, know? Because then you get interested in your story again. Yeah. And then all those little boring parts start to make more sense. Like, oh, I know what to do now. Exactly. Because this big thing's coming up, and this can be a fun way to like tease it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So don't hold grudges with your readers.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And don't save all your interesting ideas for a later book. Like, use all your interesting ideas in your first book. You will come up with more interesting ideas. That
whole book's going to be a thick book. I gotta section it out so it actually looks like a series and not just me writing all this shit in like one book.
That's fine, but like say if your first book isn't interesting, then people won't read your next book. So like use interesting ideas in your first book, and then worry about the second book is something you can worry about later. You can burn a bridge. Okay. Yeah. Don't because for some people fall into this weird trap of like aiming for like an epic long series, but like seem to not care about the first book when that's the most important one. I mean, I certainly did that when I was younger. There are notebooks full of like this epic series that I was going to work on about like, I don't even know what it was about. Like there was time travel in space and like rock music and stuff like that. It was a very cool idea, and like gravity powers. There was gravity powers, and it seemed to star the kid from Ned's Declassified. If you know that show, if anybody remembers that show.
We're just aging ourselves right now.
And it was like, I was like, oh yeah, like this is, I never wrote a word of that. Never wrote a word of that. I got, like, and, you know, like, it's a bad habit that I had to get out of where it's like, I obsess, like, the best piece of writing advice I ever got was, like, focus on, like, shorter things first. Like, try and get, like, short stories done, because that'll really teach you how to write,
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. Like anybody who wants to learn how to write should, like, try short stories first,
Because then, yeah, it helps you work on pacing. It helps you work on getting to the point quicker, and then a lot of the time when you're writing a short story, you'll think of all kinds of different tangents and details that you're going to force yourself to not include, but you have them in your notes and you're like, so if I wanted to make this a full length novel, I could.
Exactly.
But it helps you get more things done quickly.
Yeah.
I've always been writing short stories, so.
Well, that's good then. And it's a good skill to work on.
I just gotta work on a stupid novel, and that's it. I wrote a bunch of short stories. I just need to get to the damn novel, that's all.
In many ways, I read short stories more than I read long books now. Like, one of my favorite authors is Alice Marino. Have you ever thought about trying to publish them, Purple?
I published them on my website, so that's all I've ever been thinking about.
But have you ever tried to, like, publish them, like, get paid for them?
No, because unless it was a reader magnet for a novel series, I wouldn't publish it as a paid thing. It'd probably just be something I share off with other people and they can get comments on it or whatever.
Yeah. But, like,
I might consider that.
The reason I say that, Purple, is because being a published short story writer gets your foot in the door for, like, longer novels.
Yeah, I've been trying to get into literary magazines and they all reject me because, shit. But that's fine because I don't really. There's always more.
Yeah. Have you signed up for Submittable yet?
Yeah.
Good.
But I wanted to do something in an anthology for a while.
Okay.
But
You should.
I kind of gave up that dream because I was like, yeah, I don't see like many young writers doing it. So I just
be the first one.
Still do I would probably get a job, like a freelance job or some shit. But that's pretty much all I think about.
Yeah. So if people don't know, and if people haven't followed this yet, Submittable. Are you on Submittable, Funk?
Yeah, on Submittable.
I don't know what that is. Tell me about Submittable.
Oh, Submittable is the service that most literary magazines use and to submit short stories.
Oh, perfect.
And it means that everything is, like, real, like, convenient in one, like, spot. I'll show on screen.
Huh. Nice.
So if you can see on my screen right now,
yeah.
Let's see. So it always takes a second. I'm watching this on my little phone here, and it takes a second for all this stuff to happen.
Yeah.
A lot of them you have to pay for, but there's still free ones out there. Let's see. What are they looking for?
Is it a little like Kindle Vella?
Yeah, but these are, like, real, like, magazines, like, that will just these are literary magazines that will pay. Most of them will pay you to, like, publish.
Huh. Cool.
Like, this one is Zeitgeist, 3 lucky winners. They'll get into a book. I mean, that's still a big deal. Like, they're looking for a 500-word story with zeitgeist, the word zeitgeist or vernacular included. Let's see.
Cool.
Yeah, and this is all over the world. 5,000. And like, it's surprising how, like, short, like, some places, like, they just want like 500 words or 100 words even in some places. Like, there was a magazine I was trying so hard to get into for a while that wanted a tweet length thing, you know, where it's like,
Oh yeah.
and I tried so hard. Yeah, but he didn't like any of mine, and I kept trying.
Well, rejection is a part of the game, I guess.
Yeah. Raven has a really good piece of advice. Raven writes, he gave me this amazing piece of advice. It's like, don't think of it as trying to get into a magazine. Think of it as trying to get 1,000 rejection letters. You know?
There you go.
Then it's achievement. And, you know, well, a piece of advice I didn't know because I was dumb, but if a magazine sends you personalized critiques of your thing, that's a big deal. That means they sat down and read it. So that means you got close. Sat down and read it, yeah. You got close. That means you got really close to it. They considered you. And, you know, if you get that, like, you know, hang on to that. Remember those magazines, because if you keep hitting them, you will get into them eventually. You know? Yeah. I've been really wanting to, like, get back into... ever since I finished my script, I've been wanting to get back into short story writing. You know?
Remind me... Sorry if I'm, like, out of it, but remind me of what your script's about.
Oh, well, it's a beautiful, amazing script full of intrigue and wonder, romance and comedy. I call it an urban fantasy romantic comedy. Yeah. So it's about this guy meets a girl. Girl gets murdered by a werewolf. Girl comes back as ghost. Guy and girl plot to break into the underworld to bring girl back to life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oh.
Yeah, and the first draft is finished, and now it needs a desperate rewrite. And I know where... You know, the thing is, I know where all the rewrites need to happen, you know? Yeah. But I'm just like, I don't want to do it. I did all the work. I should be free from doing all this stuff now.
It should be done.
It should be done. All the words are on page.
I am now going to look on Submittable and see if I can look for some fantasy submission shit.
Cool.
Oh my god, the fantasy stories are hella stupid.
Yeah.
Keep just like fiddling away at this font, and it just keeps looking more and more medieval.
It looks great. I didn't mean to. I forgot. I wanted to.
It's okay. It's all right. I was like trying out some things, and
I'm on my bed, by the way. So if I sound a little weird, that's why. Because I got really tired of sitting up, and
That's fine. That's fine.
It's all good.
It's all good. Don't worry.
And also, my body has been really, really tired lately, so I might.
I don't have an underscore, so I had to spice it out.
But I really like it. I think this looks really cool.
Yeah,
a little bit, but it's not that. I wouldn't consider it that a bad thing.
I'm trying to get into the script magazine, but they only allow 15 pages of a script.
Well, just submit 15 pages.
Yeah, I'm like, up to 15 pages. And I'm like, well, if you're asking for... You can even do your pilot episodes on there or some shit. Yeah. And it's like, what, 15 pages is enough. Unless you're like Hemingway, you can do that shit, but I can't.
Well, I don't... Oh, yeah, let's see. You know what? That does give me... I would say, as a person who has done stuff before where I like read for things and gave notes on some stuff, the shorter the better. I always liked it when it was real short. Like, I always look forward to those.
If you can get someone hooked with a story within just a couple sentences, it's just a testament to how quickly you can engage someone in... I mean, I'm just saying the same thing over and over again, but...
No worries. Let's see.
They also go through, publishers, like how Bigfoot said, like, if he's going through, like, a lot of things for, like, a contest, the quicker you can hook them, even if you don't, like, if you're going to write all 15 pages of the script and take them up on that max order, like, if you can set the scene with within the first paragraph to get them excited to keep going is just a testament to
your ability. And
your ability. Yeah, and that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, and I knew somebody who worked in script writing. An old college professor of mine worked in he used to read professional scripts for people, and for a studio. And he said he would open up a script, and he would read the first page, and if the first page wasn't formatted correctly or had any spelling or grammar errors, that would get tossed. Because they have these huge bags of they get hundreds of screenplays,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like toss. So they have to in some way differentiate, and the whole thing was if you do not have the patience to get it in proper format and get it spell it right and get the grammar right, then why am I dealing with you?
Yeah.
Do you guys think I should apply for the Yale drama series? It's an open submission.
Sure.
Wait, can you send a link to that? Because I might do that as well.
Sure.
But I'm not going to look at it until later. Because I have to do some research over shit. And I can't talk to people in the living room, so I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah, I
forgot about something. I forgot to tell you something. That's really exciting. And it's more of my procrastination. I'm going to probably get my book cover delivered by Tuesday.
Oh, nice.
I know, I'm so excited.
That's
I've only
amazing.
seen sketches. But I found this cool artist on... I know they tell you not to go to Fiverr, but I work very carefully on Fiverr, and I only go to people that I'm like, this seems promising, and I look them up and everything.
Yeah.
They're a student at the University of Maryland for art and composition.
Hey.
So it's legit, and it's so good.
I'm excited. I want to see that when it's done. Send me their info. I've been looking to... I've actually... Since I finished the screenplay, I've actually kind of wanted to commission a scene from it,
Yeah.
For the heck of it.
Yeah.
Maybe
I could share some of the people I was looking at.
Yeah. Maybe I can I've actually, I've had this idea for a while to maybe convert this into a comic book or something.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Anyway, so I showed you the Yale University Press. Yale University Drama Series is seeking submissions for the 2023 Playwright Competition. The winning play will be selected by a series of current judges. Jerry O'Harris, the winner of this annual competition, will be awarded the David Charles Horn Prize of $10,000, publication of the manuscript by Yale University Press, and a celebrity event. The prize and the publication are contingent on the playwright agreeing to the terms of the publishing agreement. There is no entry fee. The contest is restricted to plays written in the English language. Worldwide submissions are accepted. Submissions must be original, unpublished, full-length plays with a minimum of 65 pages. Pages with less than 65 pages will not be considered. Translations, musicals, and children's plays are not accepted. The Yale Drama Series is intended to support emerging playwrights. Playwrights may win the competition only once. Playwrights may submit only one manuscript per year. Only manuscripts authored by one playwright are eligible. Plays that have been professionally produced or published are not eligible. Plays that have had a workshop, reading, or non-professional production, or that have been published as an actor's edition will be considered. Plays that may not be under option, commissioned, or scheduled for professional production or publication at time of submission. Plays must be typed/word processed and page numbered. The Yale Drama reserves the right to reject any manuscript for any reason. The Yale Drama Series reserves the right of the judge to not choose a winner for any given year of the competition, and reserves the right to determination of the ineligibility of the winner, in keeping with the script of the competition based upon the accomplishments of the author. Before submitting the play, please 1. Omit your name and contact info from your manuscript and submission file name. Begin your manuscript with a title page that shows the play's title. A 2 to 3 sentence keynote description of the play. A list of characters. A list of acts and scenes. 3. Enter the title of your play. Your name and contact info, including addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses, and a brief biography where indicated in the electronic submission forum. For more info about the Yale Drama Series, please visit yalebooks/drama. So,
and you have to compete with that performance.
Yes.
In your drama.
Yes. What are you?
They're setting the tone, or Bigfoot's setting the tone.
No, Yale isn't notoriously scruffy. They just have a secret society where you have to lie in a coffin nude.
You know, I've never actually heard about the
Skull and
hazing
Bones
at Yale. I
Oh
never
no!
even considered that.
You're not a skullsman, a bonesman,
No.
a member of the Skull and Bones Society, like I believe 2 of our presidents have been.
No.
Called the.
You can tell by this point I'm just baiting you for like obscure information.
Oh. Well, I could get there's rumors about what they have to do to get in, which are quite funny. But I believe George Bush is a confirmed member, and
yeah.
Who else? Skull and Bones, or the Brotherhood of Death, is an undergraduate secret student society in New Haven, Connecticut. Well, how secret can it be, right?
Yeah.
There's 3 secret societies at Yale. Scroll and Key, and Wolf's Head. Let's see. List of Bonesman members. I know there's a couple of real famous ones. Paul Giamatti, George W. Bush, John Kerry. Oh, right, that was a whole thing. I remember that when Kerry and Bush ran against each other. They were talking about how they were both part of the same secret society.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very funny. And as a young person, that's burned into your head for a while. You've never heard David Thorne, just so many people. It's crazy how David McCullen, George Herbert Walker III, who was the U.S. ambassador. You just go through this and it's like, how many people were actually a member of this whole secret society? It's something crazy. Do you know John Hodgman, the author, the actor and comedian John Hodgman? He's also a writer.
Familiar.
He wrote 3 really great books called More Information Than You Require, which is a fictional encyclopedia series of fake facts. And he went to Yale and was part of Skull and Bones, so he has a lot of really funny bits about Yale. And he said, Yale, it is true. What they don't know is that Yale gets the secret societies have routine own a submarine and get into routine submarine wars with each other.
All right. Apparently, I have found a YA literary journal. Apparently, and I've been wanting to publish that for a while, but I need ideas for YA fiction short stories less than 6K.
Well, we can't give you that. We can't give you that, Purple. That has to be on you.
I am getting way too focused on submittable now, so
it is something you will get fascinated.
And you know what? That means our procrastinating has led to productivity for at least somebody, and that's pretty cool.
I mean,
yeah. But I'm also, because I'm either debating over leaving and trying to work my submission up, or just ranting about shit again. I don't know. Probably will do that.
Yeah.
But I am tired because I went to bed around I stayed up pretty late last night because insomnia, and then I went to sleep and I woke up at 11, and I was really dazed or really groggy because the next thing I knew, my mom was like, "Hey, we're gonna go do some stuff." I'm like, "For what?"
Yeah. Yeah.
No. My body.
You do what you gotta do.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, oh god, I've been sleeping terribly these past few days, and I don't know why. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've gotten I've slept 5 hours every night for the past 3 days.
Oh, yikes.
And it's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to, I don't know why I'm tired, but I just feel tired.
Like, you won't get any more sleep than that? Like, you'll just wake up after 5 hours?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I took a little bit of a nap today, where I took like a half an hour sleep, It's just not happening. The thing is, what was I saying? I've been reading a book lately. I'm actually sitting down and reading a book, which is rare for me. I read the study that said that Americans have their reading comprehension is just terrible now. Legitimately just awful. It's like a third graders or like sixth graders. Like most people have
on average.
Yeah, on average have a sixth grade reading comprehension. I was like, that's not me. No, that's not me. So I immediately sat down and started reading more.
Wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not that. So I've been reading this book called The Time Machine Did It. Isn't that a great title? It's by a guy named John. Oh, I always forgot how to pronounce his name. It's John Schwarzenegger. So he has an interesting career in that he got famous because he wrote a bunch of episodes for The Simpsons.
Nice.
And you can tell, but he's also a famous recluse. There's 2 pictures that exist of him, and his voice has only been recorded once in we're pretty sure that his voice has only been recorded once, but he claimed during the recording that it's not his actual voice.
Okay.
Yeah. And after the first 2 years of working on The Simpsons, he mostly just stayed at home and he wrote his episodes. So he gives almost no interview. He gave an interview a year ago, and everybody freaked out because he actually gave an interview because he almost never did that. And he's been mostly just working on writing these books, these about this private detective, and they're really breaking hilarious. And you can tell it's a former Simpsons writer because the main character Frank is could easily be Homer Simpson in a lot of ways. It's a little he has the same attitude of Homer Simpson. But it's a little bit if Homer Simpson was a private detective. This is a quote. "I try and maintain a positive attitude at all times because clients notice little things like that if you're frowning and crying all the time and saying, why, they get worried. So I try and stay upbeat. Or, not that I'm out of shape, you understand. I'm 100 to 90 pounds of rock hard muscle underneath 40 pounds of sturdy protective fat. Which is a very Homer line. It's great. It's great. And it's like, if you want to like read, it's a hilarious book. It's one of the funniest books I've read in a long time. If it's right up there. I'm going to finish reading it, but I think it's very much up. It might end up being one of my favorites.
Nice. All right. Wow. Apparently, we are now writing a story for Voyage, which is a YA magazine, and I need to figure out how to make it the best as possible so I can get accepted and actually do things. But we'll see if I can do that. Because they pay like $200 if you get it published. And I'm like, I need that right now.
Yeah. Well, I would say, like, with...
Mom, it's not morning.
With,
sorry,
like, submitting... Okay. Yeah. I would say with submitting, like, let's see. Okay, let's see what young adult stuff they have. There's the Miami Book Fair. There's feedback. Oh, this place is offering free feedback. That's fun. You almost never get that. They usually want you to pay for it. Oh, the Congressional Award.
Ooh.
Purple. Oh.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just working on something.
I thought this was a writing thing. It's not. Let's see. Let's see. They really like poetry, is what I'm seeing. A lot of these places really want like young poets. Urban fashion. That's $50. Jeez. 50. Yeah, no wonder they can afford graphic designers. They charge $50 per submission. Let's see. I mean, Purple, do you write poetry?
No.
Oh. Well, that's a shame because it seems like they're really looking for poets. That's what they really want.
All right.
Yeah.
We need to get a manuscript format first.
Yeah.
I need to figure out where the heck I found that last time. So they want you to have a manuscript format. What do they want again for the format?
I don't know.
So basically, they want a manuscript that's double-spaced with 12-point font, the Times New Roman, and I'm thinking of giving them and it's pretty much
Hold
on.
Yeah. Anyways, what was I saying?
You were looking at the qualifications.
Oh yeah.
For...
there's one for like $50. I'm like, fuck that shit. You know?
Yeah.
Mostly what they're looking for is poetry. Let's see. There's the Young Adult Prize for Fiction. No. Let's see. Voyager first chapter contest. Ooh. If you win this, you can win $3,500.
I would. Do you have to make it part of a book, like a finished book?
No, just get your first chapter working really well. They won't see anything else.
Yeah, I might check that out, by the way. But
Hi, Ray the Rabbit.
Hey, Ray.
Maybe I'll do that.
But it is $20, so and the.
Well, I feel like you would have to have a complete book first, but I'll try it because I am print publication. So yeah, maybe I'll try that, but I'll do it after I'm done publishing my free story.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't end. It doesn't start. It doesn't end until September.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was.
To write my first chapter, and it's about love and war. So yeah, I might do that one. Manuscript things. Yeah.
Ray, I don't check my Discord that frequently, to be honest with you. Like, it's I
have to stay the other half to get other period. So yeah, we've had 50 hours remaining for the other period.
Yeah. So I don't really. Okay, so Funk.
Yeah. What's up?
Person who was I wanted to be on.
I'm here.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, Ray. What does it have to do with IBS? Yeah, no, just go. Yeah.
It's good.
I don't. Yeah, it's. What do you want to know? You can just DM it to me. I'll answer. If it's too embarrassing, I'll answer it just there.
Changed everything. Yeah, I decided to put the procrastinate. I got bored of my procrastination project.
Yeah.
Already.
Your font?
Yeah. I don't know. I never really completely like it, which is a little bit of a downer. But it's alright. It's legible. It kind of looks cool, I guess.
It does look cool. I think it looks neat.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's see. What can we do?
Ray. Do you have pain in your stomach? Do you have pain? Do you have pains in your stomach? Is your throat dry? Does it feel like you're constantly full? Even though you haven't eaten anything? Okay. Are you having trouble swallowing, Ray? This is, by the way, a big problem. You need to go to the hospital. Does your throat feel really dry? Do you have a white viscous viscousy thing around your throat. Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you have pains like right here? Like right on your stomach area? And, because what I'm worried is you have an abscess in your stomach. Because it's a thing I got when I. Okay, Ray, you need to go to the hospital. Like now. Tell them you're worried. Tell them that you're worried you have an abscess. Tell them that you've been having. Tell them that you've been having. Tell them that you're having trouble eating and you're worried you have an abscess.
Yeah.
Because this is the exact thing that happened to me. What they need to check is your white blood cell count. If it's what you need a blood test is what you need right now, and to see if your white blood cell count is high. And if like that's what because that means it's growing. And if you can, like, maybe get them to give you an ultrasound, but what you really need to do is check your white. Like, let me be very clear. What you specifically need to do is check your white blood cell count to see if it's high. And if it is, you might need to go to the hospital. Okay, yeah. But what I want, Ray, pay attention to me very closly. You need your white blood cell count checked. Okay? That's the most important thing you need to do right now.
Yeah.
Okay? The sooner the better. Because what you possibly have is I have Crohn's disease, so I know all this stuff because I have to live with it every day.
Yeah.
Okay? Tell people about this right now. Tell them that you're having trouble eating. That's a big sign. Right. Yeah, I would maybe go to the hospital now, honestly. I had this exact pain when I was diagnosed with this stuff. I would maybe go like the hospital right now. Go to like an actual hospital. Like it doesn't matter if you think you're annoying them. Trust me. Like go like as a person who got sick several times, I don't care about annoying doctors. If it's nothing, it's nothing, you know. But possibly you need to go to the hospital like right this second. Like you do you still live at home? Like you should ask your mom to take you to the hospital like now.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Go right now. Say you're worried that you may have an abscess in your stomach. Say that you have IBS. And you were told by somebody to get your white blood cell checked. Checked. Okay, like I'm right. This is like not a joke. I'm serious. The more you don't get this checked, the more you could. If you let this fester, they may.
It'll mess you up.
Yeah. They could.
I'm not saying it lightly.
No, I'm not saying this lightly because if this gets particularly bad, they may have to take out a portion of your small intestine. So, do you understand me? Like, you go now.
Hey, what just happened?
Yes, go. I am serious. Go to the hospital right now. You not being able to eat is a bad sign. And also, ask them to check for croup, if you have croup. Because you may have croup.
Yeah.
That's another thing you may have. Because that's a common side effect of intestine issues. It's a you can get a yeast infection in your stuff like this can give you a yeast infection in your mouth that will make it hard to swallow. I've gotten that twice. I've gotten these yeast infections twice in my mouth because of that, because of having intestine issues.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so.
Hey, what's going on?
Ray has some medical issues, and I've experienced similar ones, and I think Ray needs to go, right this second. It needs to go to the doctor right now. Because it doesn't get better.
No, I was just Googling just things. I mean, I don't have this problem. Yeah. And I figure you know more than I do, but I was just Googling and I'm like, oh, no, not good.
It's very, very bad. Essentially, what happens is, for some reason, your immune system decides your stomach lining is a disease. Hello, Spinal. Good to see you, my bud. We're in the middle of saying something kind of gross.
But it could be life-saving and life-changing.
No, Ray, go now.
Is there a reason why you can't go now,
Go
Ray?
right now, Ray.
Gosh darn good reason.
Don't wait. It does not get better.
Ray, if it's not exactly what Bigfoot is talking about, it could be an abscess that can burst in your stomach and you could get an infection in your intestines.
Yeah.
That very rapidly can lead to very, very bad situations that you will not be able to walk away from.
Yeah, right. Listen to me. What they will, if it bursts, you could very easily die. And if it doesn't but if you don't die, what they will have to do is take out part of your small intestine. Okay, but I don't know what to say, Ray. I'm not a doctor, and I do not feel like morally I cannot. Like, you have to go. Like, morally, it's the only thing I can tell you to do. Like, I refuse to participate in you not going to the hospital. Do you understand me?
Hey, Bigfoot, can I ask you something?
Sure. But Ray, you are going to the hospital, Ray. Like, now. Okay? I will time you out of this out of the chat if you don't go. If you don't promise me to go right now. Okay? Hello, Spinal. How's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, no, abscess aren't. I hope we didn't scare away Spinal, but abscesses are not fun.
No.
I had one. It was the single worst pain in my life.
Especially on the inside of your body.
Yeah, it is horrible. It is horrible, horrible pain.
No. Yeah, it's no joke.
Yeah. I was lucky that I procrastinated on getting it checked for a while, and it just got worse and worse. And I could have very easily they were gonna like maybe take out a portion of my small intestine, and like, you know, when you do that, like you're gonna you have to like well, it's, you know, you eat. There's no anything. You just have to, like, you know, you just go to the bathroom the second it's done, you know. So that would have been a life I would have had to live. Fortunately, they got it in time, but you know, that was dangerous, and I should have never played like hooky like that with my body. Spinal, how's life treating you? How's
Obviously,
life?
anything health related is not completely off the table of discussion.
Yeah. Doing good. We're Funk and Purple are here. We're just hanging out.
Yeah, Purple's working on a story.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, I'm kind of nervous because. Are you talking to Itachi?
Is Itachi still here?
Are they okay? Cause
yeah. Well, I don't know, but Ray has to go to the hospital because.
Yeah.
A few years ago, I went through a similar situation where I started getting like extreme pain in my side, and I was hungry all the time and stuff like that. And I had an abscess develop in my intestine, and
ow.
Yeah, it was causing a lot of pain, and you know, I procrastinated on getting it for a long time, and I really shouldn't have done that. That was really a stupid idea on my part. But
who is Ray, by the way? Is Ray in the chat?
Yes. RWS.
Then what is your name?
How's it going?
It's been a while.
Is Ray in the Twitch chat? Because I might want to check.
Yeah.
Not in the Twitch chat, no. On the... on the Twitch chat. I got mixed up.
How's it going, RW?
Well, hopefully he's on his way to the hospital right now.
Yeah.
Well, have you heard from them?
Not since they said they'd go.
Yeah, not since we yelled at them to go.
Yeah. All I had to do was Google it.
Yeah, to see how bad it is.
And then you can hear the real...
Yeah.
The real tea from the horse's mouth right here.
Yeah, as somebody who went through that exact situation.
Should I?
And now we're all learning something very important, so...
Yeah. I literally...
Never... And that lesson is, if you're going to have a health problem, please get it checked out.
Yeah, yes. Especially if you have trouble eating, which is like one of the worst signs of like something going really wrong in your body.
Yeah.
Yeah, sepsis.
Yeah.
Sepsis
I've gotten horribly sick twice in my life. I guess 3 times now, but the third time. And the second time was when my legs got all screwed up.
Yeah. Like some sort of rash?
Yeah. Oh, God, that whole situation. And part of that whole thing was I got a yeast infection in my mouth.
Yeah, that really stinks.
Right? And, like, the worst part of all this stuff is, like, doctors won't believe you. You know?
Yeah.
You know?
And this stuff was all happening during the pandemic, too, right?
Yes. And they all thought I had COVID, which was part of the problem, because they wouldn't, like, actually treat me for what was wrong.
I'm glad they don't do that now.
No, they did that now.
I don't think they do.
Purple, they did that right now. Like, they did that. They diagnosed me with depression several times, even though I had horrible, like, red scars on my legs, and I could barely move or walk, and I couldn't eat. And they're like, nah, you have depression. And I'm like, no, I think there's something more physically wrong with me.
There's a big difference between...
They're stupid doctors, but depression is, I'm depressed and...
No.
We don't have rashes on our legs.
Yeah, depression is real and stuff, but there was a physical thing wrong with me. Like,
bodily ailment versus mental illness. Like, mental illness can lead to some
physical
things, but
like I
you don't look at the physical things just as they are and go, he must be
depressed,
Yeah.
I
it's
lost
kind of a sensitive subject, but I can imagine they probably saw your legs and were like, oh, he self-harms or something.
I don't.
It's like, it's a rash. Can't you tell it's a rash?
It was big, horrible red welts that were going all up through my body. I'm sorry this got so gross, but this is what happened. Like,
well, you know what? We're talking.
Yeah. These are big, red welts that were going all through my body. I couldn't move because of like the sheer pain that they were causing me, and like and then it didn't help that I got like any little thing I got made me sick. Like, and I couldn't. I had trouble even like eating or something, you know. And I knew what the eating problem was. It was croup, but the doctors wouldn't fucking believe me. And it's like I needed yeast infection medicine. And they're like, well, we'll just give you antibiotics. And I'm like, I said to a doctor, I went to like 6 doctors before one believed me that I was sick. And I said to this doctor, I said, like, listen, if you don't give me what I'm asking for, I will die. Like, you are killing me here. And they're like, oh, it's just antibiotics. And I'm like, the antibiotics didn't work. You know?
Can you even really fight? I can't remember how you fight yeast infection like that.
Well,
obviously some antibiotics help, but like...
Yeah, no, there's a special pill. It's like,
yeah.
I know, it's mostly ladies, because yeast infections don't tend to affect men that much. But
that's more common for females.
Yeah, you take, it's a pink pill.
Fluconazole.
Yeah, I kept
oral medication prescribed in one dose for severe yeast infection. Your doctor may recommend a longer prescription.
That's what I needed, but they would not acknowledge that's what I needed. And like most of them would just say you're depressed, which is
blame the candida growing in my throat then.
Yeah, exactly. And in a way I was depressed, Funk.
I mean, I would be depressed after 6 doctors, 5 doctors were like, you're not going to die, you're just depressed.
Yeah, and I was like, no, I'm dying.
It's like, sure, fine, I'm depressed and I'm afraid I'm going to die.
Yeah. And like, this one guy was so smug. I couldn't believe it. He was like, he came up to me and he says like, why is a young guy like you here on Friday night? That's what he said to me.
Because I'm dying, stupid.
Yeah, because I'm dying and I can barely breathe or move,
It's like, can't you see I'm doubled over in pain? You think I'm chasing pussy right now?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Why would you think I wouldn't be here?
Yeah. It's like, well, every doctors always get on you for like, oh, people don't come in time. But then you do come in time and they're like, oh, they're just being hypochondriacs,
Yeah, that's the shitty part. Is that?
Yeah.
Well, thankfully I had pretty good doctors that would understand my my needs. Like when I had anemia once, they gave me iron pills.
Yeah.
So I'm good and I'm not dying. So like cool.
Yeah.
But there's some stupid doctors I heard who just don't give a shit about patients, and that kind of stupid.
No. Well,
we could talk some. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
No. Sorry, I was just gonna say, they all really want to be house. Anyways, what are you saying? What were you gonna say?
Me?
No. What?
They all want to be Dr. House.
Yeah.
From
House MD babies.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm a very bad nerd at like medicine.
Yeah.
I'm mostly in orthopedics because that's kind of my interest.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But I am into like internal medicine in general.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as sick as I've been, I don't really think I've been any sicker than a flu or a cold.
No, and it's a blessed thing to not be that blessed.
have COVID, but that the first time. But I wasn't going to the hospital. I was at home most of the time, so pretty good.
Yeah. We can all thank. Well, I shouldn't say we, but I think my lucky stars that when I got COVID, I wasn't, deathly sick.
Yeah.
I was just kind of out for the count for a day or two, but not everyone is so lucky.
I didn't get COVID. So.
That's probably really good.
Yeah.
Well, I had one teacher who said he would never get COVID, and he got it.
Yeah. I haven't got it.
Possible.
Partly because I'm shut in and I don't leave my house ever, but RWS.
By the way, I did a very impressive thing today and did not wear it. Well, now in California, mask mandates are kind of going down, so some people don't go in the place with the mask on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that today, and I'm not sure if I should be proud of it.
You wore your mask? Or you didn't wear your mask?
Well, my mom was like, I need a mask to go into the store because we're going to get our hair done. And she's like, oh, you don't need one. And she's like,
oh.
Yeah, I'll never get one.
I'll stand in solidarity. I don't wear a mask usually. I'm vaccinated, and I kind of watch as the waves of COVID go through, but it's been a little while.
I'm vaccinated but away, so
story for me.
It didn't really hit me, but I hope that praying to God to get it again, because there's apparently going to be another variant out that comes maybe outdoors.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, so I can't go fucking outdoors then?
I do wear a mask almost everywhere because if I don't, I get sick and die. Everything hits me super hard. So.
Well, you might have a compromised immune system. For me, however,
I do have a compromised immune system. Purple. I do have a compromised immune system.
For me, however, if I got sick, I wouldn't necessarily get that sick.
Yeah, but
because I'm pretty healthy and I don't really go out anywhere because writing.
But I do have one, and every time a new COVID thing comes on, it's really dangerous for me. See, the medicine they put you on for this stuff really plummets down your immune system. So anything I get now, and I have to be on this medicine for the rest of my life. So anything I get now, I get sick. Like it hits me so hard for like weeks. So I'm now real paranoid about like getting sick off of anything. So yeah. It'd be really great if like we could get COVID down. I admit I'm no saint. I've forgotten my mask once or twice, but anyways, that's a serious issue. I'd like to go to the movies again. That'd be really fun to do that.
Yeah, but you don't live in California, right?
No, I live in Texas, where people don't give a shit about anything.
Well, in California they do. So maybe you should go over here instead.
Oh, yes. Yes, I would love to. I would love to do that. I would love to. Have you looked at the housing prices recently there?
Yes. Yeah. Maybe not.
Maybe that's the issue. That I could either live in California and pay a ton of money to rent a small apartment, or I could live here in Texas for free. I'm inclined.
Pardon the expression, noble boy.
Yeah, I mean, it may be not as I'm less immune compromised than other people are, but it's. Just everything hits me hard now. Ever since I've been on this medicine, everything hits me hard.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Like,
and that's okay, I guess.
Yeah. Well, no, it fucking sucks, but it's it's livable. But like, I don't like, so colds can last like a week, 2 or 3 weeks for me or something. So I've gotten like sick like 3 times in a row, and it was. Like those last 2 months, I was so sick, and I kept getting sick from new things, Mm-hmm. And I kept
just overlapped.
Yeah, Well, I feel like it was like similar things. Like all would give me infections.
Yeah.
Anyways, so sorry to bring down the tone and stuff, but that's what's going on. Spinal RWS, how are things going? It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Just gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
I was gonna say two things.
Yeah.
Then backtracking would be a lot. Going back to like the guy who was like super smug to you and was like,
oh yeah,
why are you out here on a Friday night? Like, and just why you get not as great an experience with a lot of doctors.
Yeah.
Did you know that there was a study that the same type of personalities or the same type of people go into the medical profession or something? It was like bullies from school
really
tend to seek out nursing positions.
Yeah. Well, this guy was a young doctor,
Yeah.
I don't know. Those ER rooms, I don't like those too much. I've had bad experience with those ER rooms several times. But can you believe that? Like, that's what he said to me. Like, I had lost like 30 pounds and not 30 pounds. That's not right. But like, I had lost like 10 pounds in a week. And no, it was like 20 pounds. I lost like 20 pounds in a week. And I had to be wheeled in a wheelchair. I had these horrible bruises all over my legs. And I could barely breathe. And he was like, you're just faking it and you're depressed. Like
ugh.
Isn't that awful? Ugh, still makes me mad.
That would still make me mad too if it happened to me. It didn't, but it's like, you don't just
it's
walk
freaking
away from that.
Yeah. Yeah, but otherwise, medicine-wise. But anyways, writing.
We're gonna get back to writing.
That is the intensive purpose of this discussion, is writing.
Well, were procrastinating writing.
Yes, exactly. But that's the theme of this channel and my TikTok page.
Let's see.
I have posted where.
Oh, okay. So we were playing this. We were playing this game, right? I don't know. This is where I like a lot of my younger siblings. They're of the Generation Z, so I get a lot of their humor from them.
How dare they be born younger than
just
me?
Saying like I know Gen Z humor.
Yeah.
The he's a 10 but jokes. we were having a heyday last night with that. Because I told him, like, okay, here's the, like, prompt, basically. It was, think of, like, a fictional character and come up with a he's a 10 but descriptor. And we were, like, laughing our asses off.
Yeah.
And I know that's not really writing related, but it's just describing
a
fictional character in another way.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm trying to think of one. Walter White. Can you think of a meme with that? He's a 10, but hat.
Yeah. He's a 10, but he wears tighty whities.
Yeah.
I don't know. He wears his tighty whities, just his tighty whities while he works.
Yeah. Well, have you ever seen Breaking Bad?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. I have not committed that cardinal sin. I have indeed seen, and I've also seen the Netflix movie.
El Conductor? I haven't seen that one yet.
It was just the film about Jesse Pinkman.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called. Oh, yeah. El Camino.
El Camino. There it is, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't watched the spinoff about Saul, but
yeah, it's good. It's getting good. I'm behind on it, but I've heard it's really good, great. It's just getting better and better.
Nice.
I love that Bob Odenkirk ended up as like a serious dramatic actor now.
Yeah.
Are you aware of like what Bob Odenkirk's whole like deal was before?
I mean, he was in a lot of goofy.
Yeah,
shit. That's what I mean. He was mainly a comedian.
Oh yeah, well he. Do you know the SNL sketch where like Chris Farley plays a motivational speaker and he goes like, I lived in a
the crazy motivational guy.
Yeah,
Down by the river. Yeah, that guy.
Do you know that? That's Odenkirk. Odenkirk wrote that.
Oh, that's funny. I can picture him actually doing that.
Yeah, and he created a show with David Cross called Mr. Show, which is one of the most like.
I love that guy, David Cross.
Yeah.
One of the first ones that we did last night was Tobias Funke. It was he's a 10, but he paints himself blue.
He's a 10, but he's a never nude.
Yeah. I think like I don't know. I don't really go out and party, and then not like all of us can, but like you'd like go out to a party and just like start doing that with people, but not tell them it's a fictional character.
Yeah.
You come up with some really good ones.
Let's see.
He's a 10, but he has pop in the attic. Oh, we should do one for Saul.
This is Mr. Show.
Only one left. Please just pick one more donut.
Okay. My head is pounding, alright? It's like
okay, comes out of his ear. I can't really hear it, but
oh, you can't. Oh yeah, I believe that's an issue when you do stuff like that. You can't really hear things. Oh well. I would encourage anybody to look up Mr. Show sketches.
Yeah.
Pre-taped phone call is pretty good. Pre-taped call-in show is a pretty great one. There's a few others. Anyways, Mr. Show is secretly like the nexus of comedy, like modern comedy, because it was created by David Cross and Bob Odenkirk, and then like writers were like Paul F. Tompkins, Scott Aukerman, Sarah Silverman, Jack Black, Brian Posehn all worked on it in some capacity. And then
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, from the 90s too. Okay.
Yeah. In the 90s. Yes,
it's from the 90s.
The dream of the 90s is alive in Portland. Nobody watches Portlandia?
No.
That's another great one. I know a lot about sketch shows. But books. That's what we're talking about. Books and literature and stuff.
Literature.
Yes, literature. I like to read literature all day. I sit down and with a big pile of literature and I open it and I go like, that is some good literature. And then I'll finish the literature at the end of the day. By night, I'll go to an all-night literature store and buy some more literature so that I may repeat my process the next day.
And what you gonna do later?
Later, there is an hour in the middle of the day that I reserve for non-literature things, such as eating and using the waste facilities.
He's a 10, but he uses waste facilities. And not restrooms.
The waste
bathroom.
Yeah.
Or wash closets.
No. It is inefficient to describe them as such. They are waste facilities. Their main job is to remove excess waste from you, whether they be through splashing water upon yourself or using the toilets to remove the waste of your body.
He's a 10, but he has an hour to do non-literature things.
Yes. Yeah. I'm reading okay, so I don't know if you get this, but do you ever are you ever reading you read 5 books at once or something?
All the time. That is how I live my life.
Yes, and I have started so many books, just an incredible amount of books, I'm very knowledgeable about the beginning of many books.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, finishing reading books is a whole nother situation.
Yeah. It's got to tickle the brain just right. My ADHD doesn't last very long in the beginnings of books.
No.
Last summer, I got really into the first book by Lindsay Ellis.
Oh,
I binged that, and I was like, I never read like this.
Is she good?
The sequel's out. I have yet to read the sequel, but it was all right. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I've always liked her stuff. I was aware of her from that guy with the glasses days. I've been following.
Yeah.
It's so weird how the talent of that website still is super relevant in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Even though nobody looks with pride at that. Everybody seems a little embarrassed by their time on that guy with the glasses.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other accusations too, but I just think yeah, oh really, but I always think it's so funny. It was that guy with the glasses was really embarrassing, and the content was kind of bad. But yeah, a lot of the guy, so it's weird because it's they clearly whatever can be said, and a lot of things can't really be said. It's clearly they had a good eye for talent, but it's once they got the talent, they're they didn't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big hit or miss.
Yeah. Somebody reminded me that Dan Olson was briefly a member of that guy with the glasses.
What?
Yeah, isn't that crazy that Olson was?
Dude.
Yeah.
No, I had no idea.
And I'm right, I remember him very briefly being on it. And I'm they couldn't capitalize on guys like that,
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, everything Nostalgia Critic so holds up, right? It's not screamy bullshit whatsoever.
Yeah.
No, I don't think any of it really holds up.
I
was obsessed with it. I was obsessed with it as a teen.
More. Yeah.
I do still watch.
We've outgrown that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Teenagers would find that stuff funny, And the older, yeah.
It didn't grow with his audience, or
no.
is doing the best to capture the next generation.
Yeah,
there's so much out there.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know. From being on TikTok, I've learned that people like loud content. That's what they really like.
Loud equals funny, right?
Loud equals funny. Look how loud I'm being right now. I'm being really funny. I'll even raise my voice higher. I am so loud. Movie bad. How could Space Jam not be good? Space Jam 2 was bad as well.
Oh man. What I was gonna say. say something?
Funk, are you getting tired?
No, I'm just like thinking there was something I was gonna connect to.
Yeah.
It always goes way back, and I'm like, oh yeah, let's backtrack a bit. I was gonna say this, and then like in the moment, I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's actually not even related to anything. It was just what I've been like reading and watching.
Tell me what you've been reading and watching. I want to hear.
I've been trying to. Okay, this is how neurotic I am. I've been trying to put down the writing how-tos.
Yeah.
And just pick up something that either inspires me or I just have been meaning to get around to it. I have never read The Poppy Wars, so I started that. And it's pretty good. I haven't gotten too far.
What are these Poppy Wars?
Poppy Wars by... Oh, what's the author's name?
R.F. Kwan.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like this. Ooh, this sounds interesting.
Yeah, I've had it on my TBR for a few years now. I want to get around to it.
Yeah.
Just to mix it up. Pretty good. I still need to get a little further into it. It's kind of got like the school type of training arc type of thing going. So I'm waiting for it to pop off a little more. But being the Midwestern white woman I am, I've been watching a lot of crime documentaries. Crime
is always fun. Rin's life is meant to parallel the trajectory of Mao Zedong. Boy, that is a loaded statement right there.
Are you looking at people's like...
No, I'm looking at the Wikipedia.
The actual like Wikipedia?
Yeah. Quantin said that Rin's life is meant to parallel the trajectory of Mao Zedong. Okay. That's loaded. That's a loaded idea.
Don't you want to read that journey? Don't you want to see how that unfolds?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious if a young adult book will, if that's supposed to be the case. Is it a young adult book?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
actually, what is it? I have no idea. It's just been on my TBR.
I'm curious if a YA novel or fantasy novel will, acknowledge the later years of Mao Zedong when he wasn't a revolutionary and actually got in charge, and the stuff that happened then. You know?
Yeah.
Could have picked the first president of the Republic of China. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That is, okay, that's a fantasy. Okay, that's a real loaded idea right there. Oh boy.
Well, I don't know. I have also been apparently going in blind to a lot of these as well. So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
We'll just be along for the ride.
Yeah.
No. What's
that? Yeah. Well,
no justifying anything. We won't get into that.
Yeah. I don't know if will the words "Great Leap Forward" appear in the book at some point?
Who knows? They're still in school where I'm at.
Yeah. That's certainly something. Anyways, not to get, turn this to political, or not to make fantasy political by basing a fantasy around one of the most infamous political figures of the 20th century, but no way. How dare you make political figures political, Sean? You're not allowed to do that. Anyways, what else have you been reading and or watching? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh man, I want to talk about these crime documentaries, but we've been trying to stay away from the icky stuff, so I'm not even sure.
I don't know. I don't really care.
You don't care?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh. The one I binged the other night was Our Father. Oh my god.
What's
I don't know, there's something about it. I think okay, this is kind of true crime, kind of
sure.
not. Our Father on Netflix is about this guy, this fertility doctor that
I've heard of this story.
What? You know this story?
I've heard of this story when that I remember when that broke. He secretly fathered thousands of kids, right?
Yeah. He artificially inseminated hundreds of women.
Yeah.
And not with their significant other or the father's DNA.
It was always him.
Yeah. And then one of the daughters did some research and came into contact with a half sibling and then started the documentary is basically following her connecting with as many people as possible, and it was I think at the time when the documentary aired there were 90 people found.
Yeah, that's
90 half siblings, which is and the creepiest, obviously this is beyond creepy, but one of the worst ways is that a lot of the initial finds were all around the same general area. They all lived in the same area.
That's so creepy.
Which is not only do you have, number one, your life is not what you thought it was. Your father is not your biological father.
Yeah.
And your parents probably didn't even know. Had no way of knowing. And you find you have a bunch of half siblings and they're all your neighbors, or they're all just on the other side of town. You could have, who knows what could have happened.
Oh boy, I'm looking at fertility fraud.
His name is Klein. Donald Klein.
Yeah, but this is apparently a bigger problem. Quincy Forter in the 1960s secretly implanted sperm into and fathered 26 children. Cale Jacobson has been suspected as fathering as many as 75 children. David Klein, 94. Joseph Boyd Coates, a Vermont fertility doctor, had 2 lawsuits filed against him. Joss
That's
Beek
the worst.
had 21. In September, Philip Dr. Elmgren, oh my god, this guy, Jan Carbit.
I think he's, what is he? Dutch?
Netherlands.
Yeah.
Has fathered as many as 200 children. Holy heck, yeah.
Yeah. I think he's dead, though.
Yeah.
The Dutch guy.
It's a very Elon Musk approach to the world.
Yeah, kind of. Oh, God. I don't know. I was trying to explain it to my friend. I was trying to explain, it's why would you watch that? Why would you even watch that? I'm it's kind of like watching a train wreck. It's so horrible you can't turn away. But also, I think I had this weird connection with, this is something that I wouldn't wish on any, if I knew this happened, somewhere in my town.
Yeah.
Or something, or, this happened to someone in my family, or, God forbid, myself,
yeah.
I would want this guy found and, have justice served. I think I watch it just to see if they get sentenced, or, the process of catching them.
Yeah. That's just crazy.
And that's what keeps me hooked. Where is this guy now? Yeah. Or what have they done to remedy the situation or to make it safer for other people? And it's
yeah. Did you ever see oh boy, that's so crazy. I remember speaking of this, I remember inexplicably, they made a TV show about this exact situation, but the dad was presented as a good guy. The guy who did it. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Like Klein?
Yeah, like there was a but it's just like, oh, he was just so sweet and he was just trying to help women.
Oh.
And like the daughters
see, that's also the thing. I think I also get a really like righteous anger too, because they tie it to like, I mean, there's a whole lot wrong Christianity. We won't even like tip into that all the way.
Yeah,
but like this type of crazy side faction of Christianity that's just like they get more more good publicity than is really like that makes sense.
I mean, like, is
all
this
these horrible things are going on? Like the cover-ups are insane.
Yeah,
I think that's another reason is just seeing something like that like unveiled. Like, of course, they would make a series about how Donald Klein was the good guy. Like, he was such a godly man, and he was being, he was. I don't even want to say like giving of himself to help others.
I mean, this is like, this is like, for some, I think, honestly, this comes off like a fetish to me, because, like, have you been following, like the news with, like, Musk?
Like, fuck, what?
Yeah, like, some guys just have this weird idea of, like they want to propagate the world with their seed, and, like, have, like, because they're, like, they have, like, this God complex where, like, they're the greatest person in the world, and, like, it's our job to propagate.
Yeah. There are guys like that, and then there are guys who will, like, joke about being like that.
Yeah.
Which is never funny.
It's never funny, and they're like, not really joking.
I think that's funny, just to, like, freak people out.
Yeah.
I mean, you just need to be a woman on Tinder for any stretch longer than 2 weeks, and you'll get somebody like that in your DMs. Like,
really? Oh, jeez.
I mean, I don't want to say it's common, but, like, you'll run into somebody who says shit like that, whether they're joking or they're serious. It doesn't matter. It's a giant red flag at the end of the day. Like,
I mean, all the non-people who responded to me on the few times I've tried Tinder, but I'm sorry for that. Did I ever tell you about this weird video idea I tried to do once, but then I quit on it, like, because it got too creepy?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. What is it?
I don't know. Okay, so I had this idea once that I was going to do this prank, or like maybe make it a YouTube video.
I thought I would do a prank YouTube video.
Yeah, but when you hear what my plan is, it's a lot more demented than what people actually did. So I set up a fake Tinder profile, and I went out and I found like a generic Tinder profile, and I just copied that. And I used, this may be a little bad, but I typed in pretty girl, and I used the first result that came up.
So far, you're not saying anything that I can't have easily imagined has been done numerous times before.
Okay.
You're catfishing.
Okay. No, I am catfishing, but with an added element. In my interests, I kept all of this generic profile's interest, but my very last interest was cannibalism. So I waited.
I'm not even sure I know what that is.
Eating people?
Oh, eating. Oh, I thought you said animalism. I didn't hear the cat.
I put responsible cannibalism.
I thought you said animalism. I'm like, what is it?
Animalism is a study of is a religious classification that looks into animal worship. Anyways,
it'd still be funny though to put that in your fetishes.
Well, no, but that would be a real thing. But I put in responsible cannibalism, and I was, when guys would try and pick up me, I was like, yeah, let's go out to a meal. I have a special club of friends who participate in a unique meal activity. And they're like, oh, yeah, that sounds good. We could do that. Oh, so you're into eating human remains? And they're like, what? Like, didn't you read my profile? I said I'm a responsible cannibal. I eat appendixes. hair, don't you want to do this? And some guys had to consider it, Funk. Some guys, like, were trying...
Honestly, you're, like, taking it far, but at the same time, I can totally see that. Like, I can totally see you, like, making that a YouTube video and it getting a decent amount of hits, because at the end of the day, you're sussing people out.
Yeah. Some people freaked out. Some people were like, you're just lying and making this up. And
I mean, yeah, you probably get found out more often than
But
not.
then there's like some people like, what? You're doing what? No, I have to go. And then every once in a while, you got a guy who was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, but do you want to hang out or something? He was going to risk it. There was guys who were going to risk dating a cannibal.
Yeah. I guess you get a pretty wide pool of people.
Yeah, so that was the fun. That was it was the guy who was willing to risk it that really creeped me out, you know?
Yeah.
Me being a little bit trollish and going like, creating a... I immediately, by the way, deleted that account because I did feel bad for the girl's picture I used, even though it was like a stock.
Yeah. I think that's probably the main thing that would be wrong with it.
Yeah.
Not the implied humane cannibalism, but...
If you're out there, pretty woman, pretty girl that I typed in Google, don't worry. All that information is totally gone.
Also, pretty girl. I can guarantee you Bigfoot's not the only one who has used your photo for something.
Yes.
You're on Google searches under pretty girl. You might want to look into that.
Yeah. If I were ever to do this again, I would probably try and use like that program that can create realistic looking humans with like AI and stuff.
Yeah.
And go like, no, we'll be using you from now on.
They'll be like, sick profile picture.
Yeah,
sick so hot.
You're so hot. I love how you're staring blankly into the screen.
Yeah.
And you look like somebody I theoretically have met once, but I can't put it...
Ooh! When you accidentally, like, find someone, you're like, wait a second, I know you.
Yeah?
You'd what now?
Yeah.
You want to go where? You want to do what?
Yeah. You look like a dream person. Let's see.
Matt, like, clicks on your profile, and he's like, you have such soulful eyes. Your eyes are like the windows to your soul. You're so beautiful. And he's like waxing poetic because he's trying to come in really strong, you know? But it's like an AI generated picture. And it's like, oh yeah. Keep telling me how beautiful I am.
I also want to reiterate, when I did this, I was like 16.
Oh, yeah.
Trollish even then. Let's see. Okay, you want to see who Google has determined as the top pretty girl in the world?
No.
This girl.
Let's see.
Her.
Wow. Oh, man, these are just... Yeah. Poor girls. This is just coming off their Instagram.
Yeah. I wanted to be known that I did not, like, I deleted everything immediately after I did it for like an hour and then I deleted everything immediately, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like I was trying to make a feminist point there, I believe.
You're like, not all men, right?
Not
all men.
Nobody would be... You would read...
Nobody would want it that bad.
Yeah. Well, I did it because I read a study that said that men don't look at profiles, and I'm like, I bet I could just put anything in there and they wouldn't look at it. You know? And like they would be like dumb enough to just do the pretty face thing. And I was right. I was right. I proved that correct.
with your hour-long study?
Hour-long study into the influences of cannibalism on
They didn't read the fine print. That's the point.
Exactly.
And it wasn't even that fine print.
It wasn't that fine print. It
was the Twitter equivalent of fine print, but
yeah. Well, she said her hobbies were movies, hanging with friends, and responsible cannibalism.
She's a 10, but she's a cannibal.
A responsible cannibal. She doesn't kill people. She just eats parts that they don't want anymore.
She only has ethical sources.
Ethical cannibal sources. She's like that witch girl in Atlanta who was selling human bones.
Oh my god. I don't know why I thought of this. This is just a little guilty pleasure of mine. I really enjoy Trixie Martel and Katya on YouTube. 2 drag queens.
I've never seen this.
Katya asks for people to send in their wisdom teeth in the mail. She collects people's wisdom teeth.
That is...
It goes along with her kind of weird, creepy persona. And she's like, Trixie's like, guys, stop doing this. You have to stop doing this. And then Katya's like, no. Keep sending them. I want them, please. She just carries them in a little bag. Like a little, like, coin pouch.
Here's the question.
I don't know why. I just thought of that. I'm like,
here's the question.
What are you doing with all these people's teeth?
Does it give her more wisdom?
Yeah.
Is that
some sort of hex with it?
Is that the point? Should we all be collecting wisdom teeth so that we can eat and get smarter?
I don't think she eats them.
She what?
I said I don't think she eats them.
No, just by being in their presence.
Yeah.
They're like points in a video game. The more wisdom teeth you have, the smarter you get.
She's just leveling up.
Exactly. That's the trick to this whole thing.
She's a good role model.
I'm sure she is. I find that more kooky, eccentric than like weird.
Yeah, you know? It was something about it was the ethically sourced human remains.
Yeah. I was referring to a story where this witch group, this one girl.
In Atlanta, you said?
Yeah. Look up she was selling human bones, and what she was doing, like to do magic ceremonies, and what she was doing was every time there was a heavy rainstorm in Atlanta, there was this one cemetery that bones would like the water would go out, would cause bones to fall into like crevices because it was the pauper cemetery where they would bury like poor people who couldn't afford like nice burials, you know. So, and she was selling them. She wasn't selling them. She wanted to be clear about that. She said she just was wanting shipping costs taken care of. But other people pointed out that she was being an inhumane monster who was selling the bones of the poor to people.
Huh.
Who was actively robbing the remains of people and giving them to and selling them on the internet.
I just see the headline, Bone Ghazi, how a grave robbing controversy tore an online witch community apart. That's a good headline.
It's a great headline.
I love that headline. Oh my god.
A lot of strong words together.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, they start it with a Galadriel quote.
Really?
The world is changed. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air.
That's hilarious.
Elf Galadriel uttered these words about Middle-earth in the prologue of The Fellowship of the Ring. She could have easily been referring to our world, which is elementally altered last winter when a lone necromancer from New Orleans. Of course,
it was New Orleans. It was New Orleans, not Atlanta. I apologize.
Not to be that person, but of course it's New Orleans. brought the dark art of bone magic and fears of grave robbing to the 21st century. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna save this.
It just goes further and further. Like one of the big controversies is like they didn't want to, like the group didn't ban her right away when she made those offers. Like they actually defended her for a while. Till somebody pointed out that she's literally robbing graves. You know, and it's like, are you really going to defend literal grave robbery? Like, is that the line you want?
Oh man, yeah.
It's pretty bizarre. Also, hi Atashi, how's it going? I see you in the chat there. I see you muted there. If you want to speak, feel free to. But if you want to stay muted, go ahead. What was I going to say?
Something. It's like, where are we going from here?
Where do we go from the bone?
Witches, grave robbing.
Yeah, the bone witch.
It reminds me of the time. It was on another stream we did when I told you about the guy who got out of the bear mauling by sticking his arm down the bear's throat.
Oh,
do you remember that one?
No, tell me that story.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no, you helped me find the article last time we were talking.
Oh, did I?
I think it might have been really late at night, actually.
Yeah.
It's the story about this guy. Long story short, he was hunting. The bear attacks him, gets on top of him, and the only thing he has to do, like the bear's in his face, he sticks his arm as far as he can into the bear's open mouth, and the bear gags and runs away.
That's clever.
So he had his life saved because he somehow knew that the bear would have a terrible gag reflex.
Yeah.
And I thought that was just hysterical when I heard it.
I
can't remember if it was a black bear.
Yeah, I found it. It was a grizzly.
A grizzly, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they have horrible gag reflexes.
Yeah. I guess that's what you have to do.
All the things they tell you to do during a bear attack, just know that this is an option.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a bit of a crapshoot. I'm not sure if the bear will gag and then attack you more.
Yeah.
You don't know.
The funny thing with bears...
Maybe only as a last resort.
Yeah. The funny thing with bears is, like, you have to do something different for every type of bear. And I always forget which ones there are. I'm pretty sure with grizzlies, as long as you don't bother grizzlies, they don't usually bother you, you know?
Yeah.
Like, grizzlies are, you know, usually with, like, brown bears, like, if somebody gets attacked by them, it's because they were doing something really stupid, you know?
Yeah.
Like, don't play with bear cubs if you see them.
Do you see bear cubs go the opposite direction?
Yeah. They are not...
Directly away from the bear. Don't cross the little bear's path. Stay away from it.
I know they're very, very cute and stuff, but...
They are cute, but no.
Yeah. Because, you know what I realized? Bear cubs are, like, about the exact same size as, like, babies, you know?
Yeah, like toddlers.
Yeah, so that's why everybody, like,
they are extremely cute.
Yes, they are. They're
very cute.
But they are not, like,
It's the easiest way to be attacked by a very aggressive, malicious bear is to get close to a bear cub.
The Onion has a great video where it's like, man who was arrested for 20 years for 20 years is released. And it's like, the whole joke is like, this girl was obviously mauled by a bear. But because he was an African American gentleman within the area, they blamed him.
Oh no!
It's a pretty funny joke. It's like, it's not real, but it's like a, you know. That's the Onion.
I was like, I want to laugh, but I can't.
No, that's the Onion's like sense of humor. It's like, then you know, like they showed some last pictures of this girl alive, and she's playing with bear cubs, and you see a giant bear in the vicinity, like right behind her. Yeah. And then there's like, you know, and then he was accused of doing terrible things, like mauling her and then eating a bunch of salmon. That's how he became known as the Salmon Killer. And, like, they're still on the search for whoever the real killer was. It's...
Yeah.
I love... It's so funny. It's... I don't know. I was so obsessed with The Onion for so long.
What's a really good headline from The Onion? Like, in your, like, top 10 that you've seen that, like, made you, like...
Let's see what they have today. I really like their videos, like their fake, like, news video things.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, there's some really good ones. Oh god, that one's so... Let's see. 1 second. Let me find. Oh, there's some really great ones. Sony releases stupid piece of stupid shit that doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't fucking work. Town's teen pregnancy spikes due to one impressive youth.
Oh, man. I remember seeing headlines like that. Like, not serious headlines.
How do archers resist firing at everyone in the spectator gallery? Political talk show host suddenly very interested in manslaughter law loopholes. Oh, this is a classic one. Ninja Parade slips by town totally unnoticed once again. And
the annual Ninja Parade, everyone missed it yet again.
No, it's like you go out and nobody can see the ninjas, but they're really there.
They're parading.
Yeah, they're parading, but because they're ninjas, you don't see them.
Yeah.
And like a kid goes like, and then I found candy in my pocket. The ninjas must have put it there.
Oh, instead of in the street.
Yeah. It's a really great little video. Warcraft sequel will let you play a character playing Warcraft. Multiple stab wounds may be harmful to monkeys.
Okay, hold on. This might be... I don't know. It's been a long time since I've looked at these.
Yeah.
But you ever get the jokes, the roses are red jokes? That, like, people will put, like, headlines underneath that rhyme.
Yeah.
And they'll be, like, the most ridiculous headlines.
No, show them
There was one that I was like... My parents loved it, of course.
Oh, here's another good one.
I don't want to guess what it said. I have to... Otherwise, I'll butcher it.
America's waitresses, are they hitting on you? That one's such a good one. Like, they have this recurring segment where it's like, oh, Gap unveils new 4 Kids by Kids clothing line. Where Gap, it's Gap makes like clothes for kids. It's like, yeah, and it's really fun. And like they interview kids, and it's like, yeah, it's really fun to learn that kids made these clothes, and they even put little messages in it for me, and it reads, "Please help."
Oh my gosh. I don't know if this will be cringy or not. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just testing your sense of humor.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna send it in the thing because the image goes along with it to kind of make it funny. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. The roses are red.
Okay.
Finish the joke in your head type of thing.
Roses. Okay. Roses are red. Obama's very well spoken. I'm sorry, sir.
Our ice cream machine is broken.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know. That's a hit or miss. I was like, roses are red. Oh, this is just a YouTube video.
Sure. Send it.
It's like, yeah, I'll send it. Hold on. Let me see.
I demand that you send it.
I just need to take screenshots of it to make it faster here. Oh, I don't remember how to do that on my PC. Hold on.
Control-Shift-4.
What was that? Command-Shift-4?
I believe it's Command-Shift. Isn't it Command-Shift-4, if I'm not mistaken?
Here. Okay. And always hit save, or else it will delete itself. Okay.
I have 169 followers on TikTok now. Perfect.
Nice.
Yes, nice. Perfect.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Loading these to the memes.
Oh, that's Clickhole. That's Clickhole. Roses are red. Watch a woman tell her husband she's pregnant while Conan O'Brien pours milk down the sink. That's a Clickhole piece.
That's good. Milk down the sink.
Yeah, I know that one. That's that's an Onion spin-off. Clickhole.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What?
So.
No, I mean, I'm just like, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What is it?
I just found out I'm pregnant. My husband and I have been trying for a while, and I can't.
Wait. This one, roses are red, violets are tender. Church reverend pictured with chips on his nipples during 4-day cocaine and ketamine-fueled bender.
I love that.
That was a long one.
That's a good one. That keeps.
I love the ones that are like headlines.
That keeps the rule of threes. That is perfect. That is a perfect.
Roses are red. Nah, that's just. Or the ones that are like clips from movies with the subtitles on. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh! These ones. Hold on. I need to actually save this one and send it.
Send it.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, when it's a part of like a whole article, I can't. Too much.
Boo. Boo. Okay. Articles are stupid. Nobody reads anymore. Everybody just watches TikTok videos. That's all they do.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
just like rotting their brains away.
Yeah, exactly.
Zero attention span.
Get a zero attention span though with my stuff. That's roses are red, deers eat flowers. Squidward chokes on a fork for 10 hours.
I mean, it gets old fast, but
bizarre.
These are good.
Yeah. No, it's fun, but it is bizarre. What was I about to say? Have you, do you want to have a long, intense discussion about the history of Turkey?
Sure.
Okay, so
I'm gonna send you one more though.
10,000 years, a couple of thousand years ago, a group of nomadic raiders called the Turks began to explore this. Began to drive down the steppe in. Roses are red, violets are blue. There's too many of the Master Skywalker. There's too many of the Master Skywalker. What are we going to do? Oh, is this the new Luke kid? Is this the new kid playing Luke?
No, this is a joke from the movie.
I'm gonna be back soon.
It's like a moment before disaster.
Yeah.
Basically, he kills all the kids in the room.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a.
He is very cute little boy though.
He is a very cute little boy.
Which makes it all the more funny,
sad.
all the more sad.
Yeah. Have you seen the new Obi-Wan show?
I have not. I got rid of my Disney
that's probably
subscription.
Good.
I should. I kind of want to catch up with it eventually, but
yeah.
Now my money goes to way more important things.
Yeah, true. And I'm kind of the opinion that it's probably okay to pirate that one.
Honestly.
Yeah, it's Disney. You don't
Disney,
like
they're not missing out on much.
Yeah, it's Star Wars. It's $1 billion thing. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Someone will upload it to YouTube for free soon.
Oh well, no, that'll never happen. But I'm sure
it'll get caught. But
I'm sure there's a something out there where you could get it. The thing about paying for things is the reason you pay for things is to support artists.
Yeah.
That's why. That's the moral reason why you should pay for your entertainment.
Yeah.
Is the artist who makes it. That's how they make their living, and if you want to see more of that, you should. But Star Wars, everybody's seen it already, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
They're going to make more Star Wars. Everybody got paid quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
It's probably okay. There's nobody's going to get mad at you. Whereas, say, I don't know, some indie game or some indie movie where it's, that could really use that sort of thing. If I say ever make a movie, don't any of you fucking dare pirate my things. You sons of bitches.
I'm gonna set up a club where we all have a pirated showing of your movie.
Yeah, because it's probably going to be free anyways, but don't I'll just probably put it on my YouTube channel or something, but it's it's funny to think of people are because some people have this attitude of well, I pirate things so that the big corporate executives don't get all the money, and I'm I get that instinct. I get that instinct, but the way economics works is if stuff doesn't make money, they don't make more of that thing.
Yeah.
And they're gonna make more Star Wars, so it doesn't really matter if you pirate it.
Yeah.
Disney did not spend $1 billion to not pirate not make Star Wars movies. Did they also concede to the worst cretins on the internet? Sure they did. All the time, apparently. But Disney didn't spend money to not do that,
Yeah. True. True.
Yeah.
Sorry. I sound like I'm not really listening. But no, support the artist.
Yeah, support the artist.
Show your love and support for the artist. If it's another iteration by a giant conglomerate corporation that bought, the same title over and over again, you can probably get away.
If it's already, what I'm going to say? If it's already made $1 billion, then it's probably okay to pirate it.
They're not missing out.
Yeah. They're not going to miss out on your $3, let's make that a hard and fast rule for the internet now. It's okay once it passed the $1 billion mark, you know? Because, like, there's no more money you can make from that. This is what I believe.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was looking up. It's still, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that go along with producing a movie, a show, all that.
Yeah.
I still get a kick out of the idea that, I mean, I get like a kind of a sadistic kick out of it, but it's the producers, the two producers of the Game of Thrones TV show, how they were going to move on to produce the next 3 Star Wars films right after.
And then that flopped.
And they lost it.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that shit. I was just Googling them to see what they were up to, and I guess they're still active, but no Star Wars for you, Bubba.
Yeah. What was it like? I forget their names. It's
Benioff and Weiss.
Benioff and Weiss. I mean, the first few seasons were great, and then they stopped following the books. You know?
It makes you wonder, like, are they actually good writers, or did they just have a good team and good, like, source material to make those first couple seasons?
I mean, you know, adapting a book isn't nothing. You know, it takes a lot to do that, right? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially, like, you know, because there's a lot of stuff that you need to change to make all that work.
Yeah.
You know? It's not nothing. Does it say have the necessary prestige of the creating original things? Maybe not. Prestige. You know, it's why in the Oscars, adapted and original screenplay are 2 separate categories. You know, because it requires different skills. Did you ever read about what their next show was going to be, though?
It says, the first thing on Google, it says they're going to executive produce the 3 Body Problem sci-fi show.
Oh, that's fun. That's going to be good. I hope. There was some weird thing just came about that author, but those books are good.
The 3 Body Problem. It's been in, I don't remember exactly.
There was a murder. One of the producers got murdered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a whole, attempted, there was a whole murder thing involved.
Body Problem. Producer? Oh, one of the original guys was poisoned.
Yeah.
Or attempted poisoning.
Yeah, that's what's
poisoned in an attempted murder.
Yeah.
They'll adapt all 3 books in the critically acclaimed 3 Body Problem sci-fi trilogy by Chinese writer. I'm going to end up butchering his name, so I won't say it. With Game of Thrones creators David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, along with Alexander Wu. Yeah. Male 39-year-old patient surnamed Lin was suspected of having been poisoned while receiving diagnosis and treatment at a hospital. The Shanghai Public Security Bureau said at 7 p.m. local time Wednesday in a post that police had received report that the incident after on-site surveys and investigations, it was discovered that Lin's colleague surnamed XU, I think that's Shu.
I believe that's what you say.
Was suspected of committing a major crime. At present, Shu has been criminally detained. This was back in 2020.
Yeah. But that's a little
I had no idea this happened. Oh my gosh.
A little bit why the show has been postponed.
Yeah.
Also,
I'd say you went after the wrong producer.
Yeah.
Wrong one.
Yeah. They deserve death.
I'm a little salty. I'm still a little salty.
Yeah. I do find it hilarious that, like, fans were, like, let's remake the season, like, but the way it should have been done. And then, like, the fans had just, like, absolutely awful ideas for how to...
I remember the Kickstarter.
Yeah, and it was like, they wanted to do all these... I don't remember...
It was the petition people were signing.
I remember there was all these, like, just awful pitches they had of, like, yeah, we're going to kill Ariana earlier and, like, do this. And it's like, you can tell, like, you know, I actually never saw the last season. But you can tell, like, what's funny is, like, fans always think they know how to write better, you know? And then, like, all their ideas are always so bad.
I feel like, honestly, you know, it's by the end of by the final season's airing, the show had so much set up for so many things. Like, it was only set up to go a few amount of ways. But, I mean, it all kind of started with this, like, historical inspiration. Why not just draw conclusions with history and come up with something that mirrored history? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the logical conclusion would have been for Jon Snow to be king. Because Jon Snow was clearly the Henry the sixth.
He was Henry VIII, right?
Yeah. That's what Jon Snow was pretty much. You know, but
I heard people are saying Sansa was supposed to be Elizabeth first or something.
Yeah, stuff like that. Well, I forget the exact historical parallels because, like, who the original Jon Snow, the older brother who married a commoner, Robb Stark. That was a real event that happened where
it was a Scottish dinner.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it was called. It was something dinner.
It was called the Red Wedding. That's what it was called.
Oh, really?
That's it. The Red Wedding is a real historical event that happened.
Yeah, no, I knew that.
Yeah. And it culminated from him marrying a commoner, which was, like, the only time in history that's ever happened. Unless you count my Crusader Kings games where I marry commoners frequently.
Yeah.
You always want to marry... If you can get a young witch in the game, that's always the best.
The Black Dinner.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. The Black Dinner of 1440.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, pretty close. Because it's not a wedding.
Yeah, the War of the Roses is a whole, like, kettle of fish. It's one of the most complicated wars that exists because there's, like, 7 different factions and you got to follow them, and, like, why each faction was doing what they were doing is so complicated. I mean, like, what if there was, like, say, a fantasy? The only one that would be even more complicated would be, say, a fantasy series based on the 30 Years' War.
Yeah, honestly.
Like, have you ever researched the 30 Years' War?
Very little, very sparingly.
Oh my god! Like, trying to explain why that war, like, just, like, started with a local conflict and, like, totally spiraled into a world war is so confusing. And like, there's 20 different things. Like you have to understand where Christianity was at this point in time and. Right. Like what the thought processes were. Like, you even have to understand like the big point of like, there was a huge point of contention with like Jesus and, like, what was he, and was it transubstantiation, and you know, and how do you throw out, what do you do with the unused like cracker, you know, the thing, not wafers, that's the word I was looking for. I have some very religious family members that would be very mad if I said crackers. You know? I
mean, some of them do use crackers. That is the body of Christ.
It is, well, okay, so the contention, one of the big...
represents the body of Christ.
Oh, boy, Funk. You just walked into it. That was one of the big contention pieces.
Yep.
Because the problem is it just a representation, or is it the actual body?
Does it physically become his body? Yeah.
And if it's the actual body, what can you just throw them out? And so, like, this whole, like, that was a huge conflict, and then there was another conflict if, like, Jesus was actually a human being or not, or like there was that whole thing, and like, to understand that, I have trouble actually understanding the variety of arguments that go into it, but that was a big point of contention,
Right.
And for any religious people that may ever hear this or see this again, no, I don't have an opinion on that. Don't come at me. Don't start another war for that. And then, anyways, honestly, the 30 Years' War is like so interesting, and I've wanted to write about it for so long. Like, if there can be a Game of Thrones, a Game of Thrones style like story about the War of the Roses, why can't there be like a fantasy series about the 30 Years' War?
Oh man, you'd have to figure out how many seasons, how many episodes, how many characters, time jumps, whether or not that works.
Well, obviously, Funk, you do 30 books, right? Like, that's reasonable to do.
One for every year, yeah.
Yeah, even though technically the 30 Years' War went on for 32 years.
You just write an extra long epilogue.
Yeah. But obviously you should do 30.
No, not necessarily. People aren't afraid to touch religion.
In fantasy,
had
they
it be a religious war.
In fantasy, they are afraid to touch religion. I'm going to just say it out and out. Fantasy doesn't understand how religion works.
Yeah. Okay, we finally got another adaptation of Dune, and that kind of touches on it. But
oh yeah, Dune does it well. But like, if I could say, what causes conflicts with religion is the fact that we don't know what the actual truth is.
Mm-hmm.
The people are like, well, we do know. It's just people are common by superstitions. It's like a lot of. I'm not interested in those discussions. I would say I have inclinations toward things.
Yeah.
But in the end, the true nature of the universe in those regards is unknowable and will maybe forever be unknowable. And it's that fear that drives religion. Like, it's that uncertainty that drives most religious thought,
Yeah, very zealous religious thought.
Yeah, zealous to non, almost everything is driven by, it's a fear of death is essentially what it is, because you don't know what's going to happen to you, you know, after you die. And it's that thought process that really drives, like, religious conflict, is like, well, what happens to us after we die? Do we go to some place? How do we ensure that we go to the right place? What must we do? I know what we must do. Well, we should listen to them. No, we should listen to, And the problem fantasy encounters is the gods are real and we know exactly what they want to do. We know exactly who the gods are. We know exactly what the underworld is, the afterlife is. And
everything's
so that's
very cut and dried.
Yeah, so that makes it difficult for, to actually examine part of the issues in fantasy, is because you know exactly what's going on at all times with higher beings and stuff.
Yeah.
And not to say, like, you have to do this, but if you want to really examine, like, historical perspectives, you have to understand, you kind of, like, in the fantasy that I'm writing, like, that's how I'm approaching it. It's like, you kind of, like, I'm kind of the belief that, like, at least my personal opinion is that the gods really shouldn't play that big of a role in your fantasy stories. Like, they should be on the peripheries mostly,
Yeah.
Like, Game of Thrones was interesting because they actually, or Song of Fire and Ice, I found interesting because they actually embraced that. Like, there are several different religions competing with each other,
Yeah.
And, and that's partly why it feels more real. I don't like stories where okay, if I'm going to get into this, I don't like stories where, like, characters are predestined to do great things, in the end.
Yeah.
Like, Frodo chooses to carry the ring to Mordor. That's why he's interesting,
Yeah. He didn't have to.
He didn't have to. And more accurately, Sam makes a huge choice to actually journey with Frodo.
Yeah.
out of fellowship, or there's other interpretations, surely, but and none of them are necessarily wrong. But characters who don't, I don't know. And I don't like that when it's just like, well, the gods have chosen them to do this. I'm like, okay, then is that the only reason why they're doing this? They don't do anything. They don't have any ambitions outside of just doing what they're told. Are they dumb little sheep? Dumb little sheep that just go okay, now go over here. Okay, good, you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I like Game of Thrones, because it's everybody has ambition, and there's even concepts of nationalism with the King of the North stuff.
Yeah, for real.
A big conflict that fantasy misses is history question is this question is the people had is who are we and what do we identify with? Do we identify with our ruler? Do we identify with each other? Who actually owns the land?
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry for ranting.
No, this is really good. I think these are things I like. I don't think about them as in depth.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't consider myself religious at all.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
If I was at one point, I've kind of let go of all that. But yeah, just kind of, I don't know, what was I gonna say?
Yeah.
But one of the things that I also kind of like what Martin did with the different religions he introducing A Song of Ice and Fire was he gave a lot of them their own little moment of validity.
Exactly.
So he wasn't showing preferential treatment to any of them.
Yeah.
They each kind of had their moments of maybe it worked, or you don't know. It's still just it's just the way that anybody would live.
Yeah.
Believing what they believe and following the religion they do.
Exactly. And it's the thing is you don't have to have an expertise in religion, but I don't know. I don't know what I want from people, but I get frustrated when it's just predestined, good-looking people who have the right bloodline to save the world.
Yeah, no, that leads down a really problematic path. A lot.
Oh, yeah. Problematic path. You're pretty there. It's oh, no, don't worry. Only certain people who are born right can actually do things.
Yeah. It's
why I hate to get into Star Wars briefly, it's why I hate the twist in Star Wars that she's secretly the granddaughter of Palpatine.
Yeah.
I hate that.
It's all in your blood.
I hate that twist so much. It's so stupid. They should have stuck with what Last Jedi did, where she was a random nobody, and that's how and it was a story, and that was what made it interesting,
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying Rian Johnson is a better director than J.J. Abrams, but no, wait, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I don't think those movies counted for much, frankly, in my own opinion.
No, Last Jedi had a bunch of interesting ideas, but it's totally pointless now because they totally whiffed it.
Right?
And Force Awakens was really mediocre.
Yeah.
The Harrison Ford scenes were fun because it's always fun to see Harrison Ford give a shit.
Yeah.
But. And, not to get into this, but... Okay, I'm going to get into this, because screw it, I want to say it.
Let's get into it.
Finn and Rey were obviously written as the romantic interests, right?
That's what I thought.
They are so obviously written as the romantic interests. I get that, Finn and Poe having chemistry was an unexpected delight, and I would have been fine with them going in that direction, but as written, Finn and Rey were the romantic interests.
Yeah.
And weirdly, for some reason, seemingly that stopped after the second, somehow, like, Disney decided, like, well, we're not going to do that anymore. And I wonder what happened. I wonder if, like, what's the difference? Why would Finn and Rey not be allowed to be together? I don't know. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think that a group of people would have an issue with? That maybe Disney would want their money still.
Yeah.
Can't think of any reason.
Yeah.
Well, there is one reason I could maybe say why that didn't happen. And what a coincidence that in the end Finn got together with Lando's daughter. Like, in the end, it was implied that Finn and Lando's daughter start a relationship. Why would people be more accepting of...
Gotta end up in a relationship, too.
Yeah, but why would people have more accepting of Lando... I don't know.
Yeah.
And to complain more. I hated how, like in the end, it was like, yeah, because we were friends. It was the power of friendship that really saved us in the day. And, like, the original Star Wars movies never talked like that.
Yeah.
Because they were still, like, the thing about Star Wars, it was so engrossed in, like, 70s, like, filmmaking ideas. Yeah. Okay, I'm done now. I'm done now. People get mad at me every time I express Star Wars opinions, so I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I like Mandalorian.
Okay. I can tell you a funny story about when I saw the last one.
Yeah.
The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I saw it in theaters on a date.
Rey, what? Skywalker. And why was Leia buried on Tatooine? Leia wasn't from Tatooine. She had no connection to it. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's just a kind of stupid, funny story. We were, like, trying to figure out what movie to see, and all the movies that, we were actually interested in seeing were all sold out. And the only one that was left was The Rise of Skywalker, and we were like, I guess we could just go see Rise of Skywalker. Do you really care? And he was like, nah. So we're like, okay, I guess we'll go see it. And we just sat in there and we're kind of like half paying attention the whole time. And then, like, during like the big like fight scenes and like it's zooming from, vignette to vignette of different characters that you love, like, and they're not in any real danger, It'll be like, oh no, the whole ship's about to come down or something, or the big wave is coming over, and a bunch of people are gonna fall, like a ton of people like falling off of shit, like.
And General Akbar's son.
And I'm like, we would just lean over to each other and be like, he's probably fine.
Yeah.
He's probably fine.
Isn't that the most?
No, I was so worried. Like, we were just making fun of like nobody actually gets hurt. Like.
Yeah, or like Chewie is killed, but then they chicken out of that immediately.
Yeah.
And then there's that whole plot about, like, whole thing about C-3PO having to get his memory erased.
Yeah.
Like, and then they just chicken out of that!
Time I'm looking at my friends.
Oh. Like that, the writing was so bad on that. And, like, Abrams... I was mad because I defended Abrams for so long, and then I felt betrayed by him when he made that bad of a movie.
Yeah.
Like,
I might have been a sucker for the Game of Thrones TV show, but I felt similarly about those producers.
Yeah.
I was like, you had a whole year to make 6 episodes to finish off a show, and you couldn't even handle that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there were certain mistakes along the way before the final season, but it could have been salvaged.
Yeah.
And by the end, I don't know, it takes a lot. I think maybe not. Maybe we're just such a raw nerve. Like when you're a big fan of something, you're just...
Yeah.
it's such a raw nerve that any slight thing can like send you over the edge. But like, I felt like it took a lot. Like I was there for season 6, season 7. I was overlooking obvious problems. I was like, I'm still enjoying it for the most part. And there's only 6 episodes left. And then when it ended the way it did, I was like, you really went out of your way.
Yeah.
To make this as sucky as possible.
Are you going to watch House of the Dragon?
Okay, I was going to ask you that. I'm open to it only because I've read the source material and I don't see how they can run out of source material because that's all Martin's been writing.
Yeah. Or, I mean, they just announced the Jon Snow show. Oh, goodness.
Oh, my God. See, yeah, that's the other thing. I was talking to one of my friends about it recently. I'm like, seriously? Seriously?
Say that 5 times fast. See if you can say that 5 times fast.
The Jon Snow show?
Yeah, the Jon Snow show.
No, just one time.
Yeah, right? It's I like to think it's like a chat show.
That would actually... Could they make it some sort of comedy?
Yeah. Welcome to the Jon Snow show. Hello, I'm Jon Snow.
Just like a deadpan comedy.
Yeah.
Because he's such a brooding character.
What if it was like a laugh track, like old style sitcom, where Jon, but like the premise is Jon Snow is playing a character in a show. It's not Kit Harington.
And Tormund are living in an apartment together.
Yeah. It's not Kit Harington. It's Jon Snow, and like,
yeah.
What if this was like? I'm just having fun. Like, what if it was like like the sitcom that, like, after all this, Jon Snow became like a stand-up, and like he was like just joking about, and this is a sitcom about his life. Yeah, I was doing all that Prince stuff, and then I stopped doing that and moved to New York to become a stand-up.
You could just be like a Seinfeld.
Yeah, exactly.
Just Seinfeld.
Seinfeld, but with Jon Snow.
Just Snow.
Yes, Snow. And laugh track. You know what I want to do now? I might do this. I'm going to take a scene from Game of Thrones and edit it.
Just put in a laugh track?
To be Seinfeld.
Yes! Oh my god.
Like, see if I can, edit it in, Seinfeld laugh tracks and stuff and, Seinfeld theme. Mm-hmm. Because it makes me laugh. But, yeah. So,
why not?
Why not, indeed, Funk?
Why not?
Why not? That is the question.
At this point, when it comes to certain TV shows, just why not?
Yeah.
The world is already on fire.
Yeah.
You might as well make the Jon Snow sitcom.
Yeah. I mean, I'm,
Might as well greenlight it.
I'm not usually, angry about TV shows or movies, because if I'm not interested, for some reason, I've never been that, I'm not that bothered by not finishing the story,
Yeah.
And,
it's better to have seen it, frankly.
Yeah.
You're better off.
The only time I've ever... Star Wars made me mad because I feel like they gave in to, the worst people,
Yeah.
And it's in the end, they wanted to appease them.
Yeah, it was fan service.
Yeah, but, I don't know. I don't have, high opinion of, it's important to listen to your fans, but it's also important to know when to not listen to your fans,
Yeah.
And go no. I'm the writer. I know what I'm doing here. This is the story we're going to tell. Because, I think of, how in Breaking Bad, there was a contingent of fans who were Skyler's the worst. Why is she mad at her husband? Walter should just leave her and, just be a badass drug dealer and stuff. And I'm like...
Because you're seeing the show through his eyes and not through her eyes. But if you flip the script... It's awful. Then Skyler becomes sympathetic.
Yeah,
point of view.
I mean, Skyler was always sympathetic, but it's the thing is imagine if Vince Gilligan listened to them.
Yeah.
And goes yeah, in the next season we killed Skyler and we had Bryan Cranston really work out a lot so his muscles could show. And then we just gave him, like, Uzis and just shoot up a bunch of people. I'm like, you know, like...
Yeah, no.
It's like, no, don't listen to fans. When like, fans want stupid things. They don't want good endings, usually. They just want endings where, like, their favorite characters get to be really badass and do all the good things, you know? And, like... Yeah. They don't want, like, actual emotional catharsis. That's the word. Don't want the catharsis. They want the catharsis. But it's also important for, like show creators to not be so paranoid and, you know, go, like... You know, there's plenty of instances where fans were 100% correct getting rid of a thing was a good idea, but, you know, I don't... And what was I saying? Oh, right, that Star Wars movie felt like that's what would happen if you listen to those sorts of fans, you know, if Vince Gilligan had listened to those fans, you know, and thank God he never bothered with them. Yeah. You know? Or it's like, have you seen Barry?
No.
Oh,
I haven't.
How haven't
you keep mentioning that I should.
How we should do an episode of your podcast where we watch Barry.
You know what? You're right. Okay, here's the thing. I have to ask you, have you seen the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once?
I have seen the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Because that was one I wanted to talk about. But now I feel like I need to watch it again.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Because it's just been like a month or something and so much happens and like I've heard so many like awesome like opinions and like takes on it that I'm like, I want to like come in fresh and like have my own take on it. But
yeah. It's a good movie. You know what movie I haven't seen yet that I've been really wanting to see? The Northman.
We should watch The Northman.
Let's do it. Not today, obviously.
Yeah, now, but
yeah. I mean, I love Robert Eggers. I loved all. You know, The Lighthouse totally blew me away.
The Lighthouse.
Do
one on The Lighthouse.
Sure, I'd watch The Lighthouse again
because I actually really enjoyed that one too.
I
haven't seen it in a while, but we should watch it again.
Yeah, I mean that's like when I traveled briefly and I decided to quarantine, so every day I did a stream. I would play a clip from The Lighthouse.
Oh yeah.
It was, how long have we been here? 2 days, 3 days. Answer the question.
I can't remember other than but you're fond of me lobster, eh?
I love that.
That's the only quote I can remember.
But tell me you're fond of my cooking. No. I curse thee by the dance of Neptune himself.
Oh my god.
I need to see The Northman. I don't know why I'm procrastinating. I love Robert Eggers is one of my favorite new directors. I'm obsessed with Vikings. I should see it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, what was I going to say? Did you see I didn't see it, but have you seen the Green Knight?
That's the other one I need to see.
Oh, we should watch that one.
Yeah,
There's so many we have to watch.
Yeah, we have to see the Green Knight. We have to see the Northman.
The Northman. I need to watch Barry.
You need to watch Barry. Barry is amazing.
And you know what? You did not steer me wrong last time, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I'm Severance. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still subscribed to the Severance subreddit. I know I've seen a lot of fan theories.
Oh, cool. I was on Reddit for a while, and I just barely used it, and I recently just got rid of it.
Yeah,
I wasn't really on it much.
To tell you the truth, I've almost considered getting rid of it myself. It
just wasn't. I was on some writing.
Yeah. Oh god, the writing subreddits are so bad. Oh, did you see that little exchange I sent you from one of them?
Yeah. Wait, I can't remember. How does it go?
Oh, it's I not to bring it to my TikTok, but I acted it out on TikTok.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Whatever children you're claiming to be interested are the most definitely only reading 3 words per page, and your desperate delusions are blinding you from seeing their lies.
What the hell are you trying to say? You seriously think children aren't reading Harry Potter?
Yes, 100%. As a grown man who's well into the series, unless they got special, shortened, simplified version, kids will not be that interested in it once they realize not every page is magic spells and unicorns.
That's fucking ridiculous. I read the first 4 books at the age of 8 and 9. So did most of my class at school. They were a huge phenomenon among kids.
And the pages clapped and everyone went home to have ice cream.
That's like such the standard like Reddit like thought process of like, I'm so much smarter than you. Like, I'm going to talk down to you. I'm like, that is...
Take that Ravenclaw tag out of your...
Bullshit.
Your bullshit.
Hey, I scored Ravenclaw.
I did too. I'm a Ravenclaw / Slytherin.
Yeah. I wanted Slytherin. I want to be the evil one.
All the cool people are Slytherin.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Hufflepuff is like... I'm not a big fan of the creator of all this. I'm not a big fan of Miss Rowling herself.
No, clearly.
But to go on to Harry Potter, like my problem with like Gryffindor is like all the rich, good-looking kids usually. Yeah. You know, and like
and Slytherin is all the
other rich, but
other
mean,
rich kids,
but mean.
Yeah.
You know, they're the good rich people in Gryffindor, and in Slytherin, they're the bad type of rich people.
You're in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, you just don't count.
Yeah.
That was the general messaging.
I like Hufflepuff because I imagine that's like the everyman house, you know?
Yeah.
That's like the brawny working class house, you know?
No, I keep getting, like, in my TikTok feed, I keep getting Harry Potter house-related shit, and everybody's always like, you know, Hufflepuff is the house where, you know, you think you're so cool because you're in Gryffindor, or you're so, like, cool because you're in Slytherin. Like, you don't know that the absolute savages are in Hufflepuff, but they play it off so, like, cute and well, you'd never know. Like, they're the ones who, like, take you out with a snide remark without you even realizing it. Like,
exactly. Also,
and I thought that was funny.
Also, the houses are dumb. But
yeah, they are.
It's a dumb concept. I know that I think that's a real thing in English boarding schools that they do.
Yeah,
but it's
separate the kids.
Like, okay, if you want to talk about writing young adult stuff, let's talk about it for a sec. And the houses are a good example of what a thing you should do in young adult. Usually, young adult books do, and it's called. I try and. You know, I try and like give names to all this stuff in my head so I can identify them easy. And I call this the sandbox theory.
Yeah.
And the sandbox idea. And what a lot of young adult books will do is create, they have main characters and they have a storyline, true, but they also create a sandbox so that you can easily insert yourself into the story. Yeah. And Harry Potter does this pretty convinced easily because Harry Potter has... Like, you know, you're not necessarily Harry Potter, you know, but you could easily be one of these other kids in the background having your own exciting adventures, you know, in a magic school. Like, and like, so that's why the houses are kind of genius, because it's like, it's like, no, I'm Gryffindor. No, I'm Ravenclaw. No, I'm Slytherin. You know, like, everybody can, like, identify easily with something. You know?
Self-labeling.
Yeah, self-labeling. But like these stories like help you build your, like, give you instructions on how to build your character, you know, pretty much. Like your own original character, how to place yourself. Like Harry Potter does this so easily. It's like, okay, there's different types of houses, like each house has their own personality type, you know.
Yeah.
And where you fit, you know, that determines what you dress and what you look like. And it's like, oh yes, Miss Rowling. Whoa. And then, of course, J.K. Rowling goes on for a 2-hour tangent about bathrooms, but
yeah.
And you're going like, oh, it's really great that $1 billion company is behind you, and you get to spread this rhetoric. But, you know, I mean, of course, JK seems to really like arbitrary binaries. in things, but, whatever. That's the deal with the houses. But in real life, in no fucking way should you do houses. That's such a dumb idea. That would lead to nothing but bullying.
Yeah.
It's essentially frat houses, but for little children.
Yeah. We have to give... Well, we're all in one school, but we have to give them healthy... Not healthy, but, like, competition.
Yeah.
In-house competition. Pride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to do a thing. Like, one idea I've had for a while is, like, what if Harry Potter, but, like, cheap public school, Instead of, like, an exclusive private school, it's like...
Oh my gosh. Okay, did you see the Key and Peele skit?
That's a little bit where this idea is coming from. I'm like...
Okay. Because I was kind of like, I've seen that before, and it was...
That's where this idea is kind of coming from. But I'm like... I watched that sketch, and I was like, this isn't a terrible idea in and of itself. Like, what would a poorer public school have to do with, like, magic and stuff? Like, how would they deal with that?
Yeah. Then, yeah. How would they deal with it? It would just be one school, or would it be set with it? No, it would be set in the normal world.
Yeah.
Ordinary world where only magic happens inside the school, not outside.
Yeah.
It would be like you get fined, kind of like the same thing in Harry Potter. You get fined for using magic outside of school.
Yeah.
Until you graduate.
Something
then
like
you're given
that.
a license to use magic outside of school.
Yeah.
But like it's just a crummy, dingy.
Like public school instead of like
public school.
Like, because Harry Potter, like, Hogwarts is, like, an exclusive private boarding school. Like, the rich send their kids to become magic. But, like, we're like, here's the question, like...
Oh, my gosh. Hold up.
I'm holding.
I can think of something. Apparently, okay, this was, apparently after, I not to say that Miss Rowling hasn't always been problematic, but when she was on a particular role of being problematic, she made the, the movies Magical Beasts.
Yeah.
The apparent American equivalent of Hogwarts. Do you know about that?
I know she did something stupid with, like, native mythology and stuff.
Yeah, it's all native. Like, it's the same basic idea of, like, they have houses, which would not happen in the United States at all.
Yeah.
And they're all based on, like, Thunderbird, horned serpent. Oh my god.
I thought it was real. Well, okay, so Rowling, like, I saw this video once and explained that Rowling has a particular way she names things.
Yeah.
She does word association with all her names.
Yeah, kinda.
And you can this runs afoul when she does, like, non-white characters.
Yeah. Ilvermorny, that's what she called it.
Yeah.
American Hogwarts. Of course it had its beginnings in Salem.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I love how
you can't just copy paste it over. You can't do that.
I love how, like, in real life, Salem was this horrible tragedy of, like, religious intolerance that killed a bunch of innocent people. But like fiction, it's like, no, they were actual witches there. Yeah. Like, what,
we need to band together and make a school so that we can keep ourselves safe from the...
but I love how...
Reverend down the hill.
Yeah, but I just love how in fiction... I love how in Salem... Like, Salem in real life was a horrible tragedy enacted by corrupt, cruel people, but it's like... I was going to make a very inappropriate reference, but it's like... but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
You know how that one topic on the podcast that I'm thinking this might be a podcast episode, really, but the last podcast we did, how I couldn't stop talking about one certain thing. Yeah. If you've listened to the podcast, I got fixated on a subject. It'd be like, what if he would. We made a book where it's like, yeah, no, but he was right about everything. There are secret powers.
No.
Right? That's the equivalent of what we're doing in Salem.
Yeah. Ugh.
Isn't it?
It's icky.
If I were ever to write an urban fantasy with American settings, I would do it a bit where it turns out literally every place but Salem was having witchcraft done in.
Yeah.
It's literally all the surrounding towns there was witchcraft being committed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's Salem still uses the witch trials as a big tourist trap, and there's witch merchandise all over the place, and it's you guys are aware that your ancestors committed a horrible crime, right?
Yeah, they'd like to change the perspective on that, probably.
And
I'd be honestly, okay, yeah, that stinks that your ancestors did all these horrible, tragic things, but don't you want to be the generation that kind of shakes all that off?
No,
you don't have to be defined by them all your life.
No, and
you can make choices to be better and then set a new stride for your family line or whatever. But no, it's they double down of they didn't do that.
Yeah, well, certainly there's no other American issue that would call to that, right? Certainly no issue whatsoever where it's where a wide swath of Americans committed an awful, terrible act, and then we spent the next 200 years going but the honor, the nobility, of owning people.
Yeah.
Certainly that wouldn't be an issue. I actually... Part of what prevents me from writing medieval stuff is I'm just so uncomfortable with slavery, writing it. Because I don't really know how to handle it. Because medieval societies had slaves. They always had slaves.
Yeah, for real.
And I just don't know how to approach that, Because in my mind, in my head, I'm not the type of person who can go oh, well, I'm just not going to address that, and it'll be fine. I'm no, because I consider that kind of chickeny, a chicken doing that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. If I can,
yeah.
Well, spin it this way. If you wanted to write something more medieval and it had slavery, okay, yeah, it makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right from the perspective of the people who are not slaves or who owned slaves.
Yeah.
I mean, that way is just kind of background noise.
Yeah.
Most likely because it's just so mundane in everyday life. This sounds terrible, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
And just as I'm not saying publish this stuff, just as a writing experiment, then start writing from what the slave's point of view in this scene would be, and see if you can kind of develop a different... Just to kind of keep them separate.
Yeah.
And then if you really wanted to publish something...
Yeah.
I don't know. You're a huge history buff. You could probably...
find
some
honestly...
good...
Yeah.
Sources.
Yeah. Well, so this is what caused this little, research hole I went down in, where I was trying to determine when did, anti-slavery, philosophy start,
Yeah.
And this is really...
It's been around forever.
Yeah, but this is a hard thing to research, where it's where did this whole idea of you know what, owning people is bad, and of course you only get American stuff, and the American stuff is super important because that's where it ends. That's the final major nation to really end it. As an official practice, not an unofficial practice, but this whole thing. But I was curious where, I want to know the origins of this. Who were the earliest people, arguing for it? And I found some interesting things. And, this was a preliminary research. But it seems to me, at least in Europe, this idea may have originated with the Franks. Because because there's two seeming major incidents of mass ending of slavery that happened, both connected to French. And Louis the Tenth declared that openly was said to have freed the slaves in France, or in Francia, as it was called back then.
Yeah.
He declared that no man who sets on French soil shall be a slave. And obviously, the French found a way around this when they had colonies, But because of that action, like, the French, like, that was always something they went back to about slavery, is because, like, of how early Louis X said that. It's like, well, we're kind of supposed to follow that, right? So, even though that didn't end it, it did create a thought process and enlightenment of, like, wait, we're not really supposed to be doing this. And what I found...
Enlightenment.
Yeah. And this was, of course, hundreds of years before the Enlightenment actually happened. And then I found another instance, and this one was the most shocking, because when you hear about these guys, you're like, wait, they did it? But slavery in England, the Normans ended it.
Yeah.
And that's a shocking thing to hear.
At least in today's context, but it's not... It didn't happen in today's context.
Yeah, well, actually, I believe England was one of the first major nations that ended slavery. Not that they didn't immediately still profit from it. All this stuff. All these.
Yeah.
They're always
don't just end.
Yeah.
It's sad to say, but in a lot of historical connotation, like, you don't end slavery overnight. It doesn't just end.
Yeah, and it arguably is still going on. But what I was interested, partly I was trying to find, like, maybe some medieval people that I could go, like, no, see, they're anti-slavery, and I have historical evidence of that. But William of Normandy, this is not talked about often in, like, people who talk about the Norman invasion in Anglo-Saxon, like, England and stuff. But the Anglo-Saxons loved slavery. They had tons of slaves, and they would adopt, and it was like every form of slavery you could imagine. In fact, like, specifically, like, there's specifically there's mention of, like, sex slavery that happened frequently. Like, they would go around abducting young people to be sold to rich people.
Yeah.
So in the end, like, I'm going to say this, and maybe English people will get mad at me for saying this, but, like, the fall of the Anglo-Saxon England probably, in the end, needed to happen. The Anglo-Saxons conquered the Gaelics originally. They don't have claim of not being brutal colonializers. Like, don't do that. Like it's the Norman invasion was part of a cycle.
Yeah.
But what am I saying?
What goes up must come down.
Exactly. But that's mean. I mean, the Normans did a lot of horrible things. Like, I'm falling into the dangerous trap in history of, like, lionizing a certain group of people. Because, like, ask the Irish about their opinions about the Normans.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, or, like, how brutal William put down the rebellions that came up against his reign,
Yeah.
You could almost call them an ethnic cleansing.
Mm-hmm.
But and nowadays they may, in fact, that's what they would maybe be described as. But it's like, it's hard to get over, it's hard to say, yeah, slavery seemed to have disappeared in England after the Norman invasion for a good while. It eventually came back, but that was a shocking, it took a while for that to return. And it seems to have been influenced mainly by a priest named Laughlin, who was a tutor of William of Normandy back in Normandy. like eventually guilted William of Normandy into ending the slave trade in England.
Ooh.
So, you know, that could be an interesting point of reference. Like, there's a famous quote that the Normans treated the English better than the English did, you know? And I know that's incredibly contentious to say, and I get why it would be contentious to say English. Don't get mad at me. But I'm just saying I'm just saying William of Normandy has ending slavery in England is a pretty big plus for him.
Yeah.
Like, that's a pretty big plus in his column. Like, it's like how the French Revolution ended slavery in the French Empire, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like outlawed slavery, and it's like, and then like Robespierre outlawed slavery in the French Empire, and then went on to like commit mass like slaughter of like mass purges of government figures.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry if I'm talking too much. It was just
I feel bad that I can't like add more, you know. But I sit here and I just like hear you and I'm like, oh, I'm learning so much, or like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be truthful, like another like historical event I wish they like, because, you know, like, so many fantasy stories are in the end like adaptations of historical events, but with like magic, you know?
Yeah.
In many ways. Like, Game of Thrones is like the most obvious example of that.
Yeah. Pretty obvious.
Yeah. But like, there's so many, like, a lot of them, and if they're not directly like paralleling historical events, like they, like, so many fantasy series are like this historical group of people, but we give them a slightly different name, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think that, you know, in Game of Thrones, it's pretty easy to track over almost every, you know, almost every faction has like a historical like character, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, close enough.
Yeah. I mean, like, one of the big factions in the War of the Roses were the Lancasters.
And the Yorks, yeah.
Yeah, but
that's almost exactly.
Yeah, the Lancasters and the Yorks. I wonder
where that could be. Yeah.
I wonder which game of... Yeah, I wonder which, like... which version... who are the Lancasters in Game of Thrones? I wonder where... Maybe... I bet they're the Starks, right?
Yeah.
Certainly not the Lannisters. And also the Lancasters were known as the Bank of England at times.
Yeah. It's a little on the nose.
Yeah, because they were the richest. Yeah, but it's just... and then the Yorks... But I think this... I actually think that the Starks are supposed to be... Here's a controversial theory. I think the Starks are supposed to kind of be Scotland in a way.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, that's
York is up north.
Yeah,
in England, right?
Yeah,
it's kind of bordering Scotland.
Yeah, but I think in many ways, I don't know, because like, but I mean, like the Starks' whole idea is to separate themselves from the power of like King's Landing and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the Scottish. That's what the Scottish would want, or possibly the Welsh, you know?
Yeah.
You know, what's so funny about the Welsh is like the Welsh are like the remnants of like the Romanized Celts in England, you know? Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right? That's what they are, right? I think I'm correct in this.
They're very Celtic.
Yeah, but they're Romanized Celtic. Yeah, but they're also Romanized Celtic, because which is weird to think. But essentially, because England had three major invasions, that of the Romans, that of the Anglo-Saxons, and that of the Normans.
Yeah.
And the Welsh are the... Oh, God. I'm sure I'm offending every Welsh person in the world. I'm sorry, Welsh people. I find your culture and history fascinating, actually. That's why I'm talking about it. From what I remember...
I have a really... I thought of something not that long ago, and it's a very, very hot take. And now that I even sit
Tell me.
back and think about it, I go, that's probably not right. Okay, this is coming from someone who didn't pay that much attention to the Byzantines and that sort of era in history.
I love the Byzantines.
Blur in my brain.
Yeah.
Okay, this was a while ago.
Okay.
But I had just this thought fleeting through my head one day, and I was like, oh, okay. So the Romans kind of had all their, their pantheon, their gods, and then Christianity gets involved. Is that why there's so many saints in Catholicism?
Oh, that's not a hot take.
Is that real? Oh, thank God. So I was
but you're...
They would just kind of mesh the two together.
No, but you're thinking... You're kind of thinking too small. That's true everywhere.
It's true. It's true.
With more gods than just like the Roman gods. So, the thing about the saints, they're always marching in. The saints were real people, but there's also a lot...
That'll probably piss off a lot of...
Yeah.
Catholics, for sure.
I don't care. And technically, I am a Catholic. I am a Catholic, and I don't really care because it's fundamentally true. Because there's a very famous instance of that. The one saint that everybody knows. I have a very convincing argument. Is actually Odin.
Okay.
Who's the most famous saint? Who would?
I don't. Mary. Is Mary a saint?
I don't know. I think so, yeah, but that's not who I'm thinking of. First of all,
male saint?
Yeah, it's a male saint.
Saint John. Saint Peter.
Oh.
Saint...
The one that every child knows.
Paul.
Ding, ding, Christmas time is here again.
Oh, I'm stupid, yeah. Saint Nicholas.
Saint Nicholas. Okay, so here's my argument. Saint Nicholas is Odin. Now, Saint Nicholas was a real guy who existed. Yeah. But the real Saint Nicholas lived in modern, what would be Turkey nowadays.
Yeah.
And had very little association with those actual things. But, okay, so here's the deal. There's a process called synchronization. And what happened is there was a lot of countries who converted to Christianity, but they still wanted to worship their old gods. So they would attach. They would be like, oh wait. The old stories are true. They were just misinterpreted. They're actually saints.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: Saint Nicholas, or Odin. There's, we know Odin. The warrior, the mighty. But what people don't like, if you actually know the mythology. Odin could actually very easily be described as a trickster god, because Odin's main trait in myths is he's wily.
Yeah.
Is his actual main trait is he's wily and he's prone to outthinking. What makes Odin so interesting is the Norse had this belief that all fate was written and you couldn't compromise from that. And
how is it Odin from Norse mythology all the way to Turkey?
Well, I'm gonna explain where all this stuff comes from.
Okay. That was my only question. How come it goes all the way to Norse mythology? Anyway,
I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain where all this comes from. Okay.
I'm all ears.
So Odin is defined as Odin in many ways is tricky, and the interesting thing is. In Norse mythology, prophecies are everything. Once a prophecy is said, the prophecy is decided, and that will be it. And Odin is prophesied to die in the Battle of Asgard, as well as his children and all his friends. So Odin's whole thing is he goes around Midgard trying to find people to somehow, if he can somehow prevent the fall of Asgard.
Yeah.
And so that's where a lot of Odin stories come from. And Odin is is noted as being a trickster god. And a thing about Odin is what will happen with Odin. Odin is also known as the head of the wild hunt, and this is an important thing. So A lot of Odin stories are a man is like traveling alone, and he sees like an old man struggling. So they help the old man, and then the old man gives them a gift. And the gift is some magical item, and they realize that the old man was Odin, testing them. Now,
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where Odin gets gifting. There's a lot of stories that Odin is actually a gift giver in some way. So that's where you get gift giving from. The second part is in Odin's capacity as head of the Wild Hunt. Now, for video game fanatics, you may have heard the Wild Hunt. May have heard of the concept of a Wild Hunt.
Yes, I also happen to know.
The Wild Hunt is
a gamer, but by watching the Netflix adaptation of a certain video game.
Well, technically a book, but
and a book as well. Yes,
they've made it very clear it's actually an adaptation of the books. But the Wild Hunt is a concept that appears in a lot of mythologies, and it's probably has all to do with the Indo-European roots of this, of so many European cultures. But in a lot of stories, Odin is usually placed as the head of the Wild Hunt. And in a lot of stories, Odin is in a sleigh.
Mm-hmm.
So so many stories are of if you help the Wild Hunt in some way, Odin will give you a gift. And he's often depicted as riding around in a sleigh of some sort.
Yeah.
So can you kind of see where all this stuff comes from?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and get this. Christmas elves are also Icelandic. They come from, there's a whole, they're supposed to be the children of a witch in Iceland.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and that whole story is long, and I don't feel like going into it. But anyway, so when Christianity comes, a lot of people secretly still want to like they're all for the Christianity, but they still kind of want to keep the old stories. So what a lot of cultures did is they just picked a random saint and gave them all the attributes of their old gods, and they're like, and that's
you were worshiping them the whole time.
Yeah, yes. No. Your ancestors are not wrong. You were correctly worshiping them. They were just misinformed about their names. So Nicholas gets synchronized with Odin, and so that's how we get Saint Nick, and eventually the mispronunciation of the Norse of Saint Nicholas.
Mm.
You see where that comes from? Saint Nicholas.
Yeah.
In Latvia, in the Slavic, there's Saint Elijah. I know Ireland, there's a saint that is pretty much the goddess of spring, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And you'll find it throughout the world, like saint. But then again, there are real saints who did real things, and we have documentation of them actually existing.
Yeah.
And there are modern day saints.
Mm-hmm. No, for real. Like it's an ongoing thing.
Yeah. I know
it may have gotten started with.
I know there's a 15-year-old kid who is pretty close to sainthood.
Really?
Yeah. Well, to be a saint, by the way, you have to die, so,
Oh, yeah.
And he's the first... there's a saint of the internet?
Really?
Yeah, but they're not, that thrilled. Oh, is he officially a saint? Oh! Oh, no, wait. Saint Igor Seville of 16. I think he's just beatification right now, which is... There's a 15-year-old kid who used the internet to proselytize and was known for giving away money to the poor and stuff. And they've been pushing for him to be a saint. He died leukemia at 15. And they really want him. Yeah, it's I know it's very tragic, but like right now, Saint. It's a guy named. Oh, I don't want this. Right now, it's a guy named Isidore of Seville, and Isidore of Seville was born in 600 A.D. And a lot of people are like, the saint of the internet probably should be a guy who used the internet. You know?
Yeah.
And right now, there was a kid named Carlo Atticus. He was an Italian kid who was deeply religious and was said known for giving like charity to the poor and like working hard for charity to the poor and compelling an internet. He's reached beatification status, which is you first have to be beatified. So if people are curious, by the way, process to becoming a saint. There's a whole process, and I believe it's 3 miracles. If I'm correct, you have to be
3 miracles at least.
Yes. No. That's sincere. It's 3 miracles.
Most.
No. Once you hit 3 miracles, you're confirmed saint. He's at the moment he's beatified, which it's a whole. If I remember correctly, it's holiness, beatification, then sainthood, and each one just means. Holiness is one miracle. Beatification is 2. No, it's blessed, beatification, and then sainthood. And beatification just means 2 miracles have been attributed to you. And it's not that the person performed miracles; it's that a person prayed to this person, and then miracles happened.
Oh.
Yeah. So if I ever die, everybody pray to me so I can try and get miracles done. I want sainthood status. Darn it.
Even posthumously.
Yeah. Well,
obviously posthumously, but
yeah, it has to be posthumously. No, I'm kidding. To want sainthood status, I think that kind of it excludes you from sainthood status. I think the whole idea is you're supposed to be humble throughout life, Anyway, so if another miracle is confirmed with him, I believe he'll be. Most people believe he'll be the official patron saint of the internet. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Somebody who used. I'm pretty sure, like, if all this stuff is true, and Seville is right now the official patron saint of the internet, he's like, I don't understand what they're talking about. What are they talking about? I don't understand connections or phones. I was alive 600 years before all of this. You want your what? Your dabbing video to do well? I don't.
Okay, so I'd petition that if Bigfoot Bjornsson was to be canonized as a saint, you'd be the saint of catfishing guys on Tinder with
cannibalism.
Pretty girl picture from Google image search. Very specific.
Yes. Let's see.
Or
saint.
Because there's so many, but I'm sure that there's not a saint already taken that takes care of that.
Let's see.
You protect all the catfishers out there.
Saint. Let's see. How about Saint of Liars? No, that's not a thing.
Oh, pray to Bigfoot Bjornsson that your lie isn't found out.
Let's see. Saint of Spies. There is a fact of Saint of Spies. Oh, it's Moses' brother?
What?
Saint Joshua, patron saint of intelligence officers. According to the Old Testament, Joshua served as a spy for Moses, and Moses' death, Joshua assumed the command of the tribes of Israel because Joshua was.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
He's the patron saint of espionage.
Yeah, and intelligence officers. There's Saint Balthazar, the patron saint of blackjack dealers.
Wait, I need to see this list. Is it just Wikipedia?
No, it's the wise man. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is a great list. Let's see. Balthazar was one of the three wise men who offered Jesus the gift of myrrh. He is believed to have come from Egypt, where the Romanis were notorious for their card tricks. As a result, Saint Balthazar became patron saint of card manufacturers and, by extension, players, blackjack dealers, and anyone who has a run of bad luck playing cards. So you know who to pray for in there. Saint Luanda, patron saint of ice skaters. Luanda was born in 19... Saint... Oh, jeez. Saint Adrian, patron saint of arms dealers.
Oh my god.
Adrian, or Hadrian, was a pagan officer at the imperial court of Nicodema when he noted the courage of Christians who were being tortured. According to legends, Adrian was so impressed he declared himself a Christian. He was imprisoned and later killed for his beliefs. His wife, Nidelia, is said to have come to visit him, disguised as a boy, to ask for his prayers when he entered heaven. Saint Adrian was the chief military saint of Northern Europe, second only to Saint George. He is usually represented armed with an anvil in his hands or at his feet. Oh, this is great. Oh my god, Saint Bernardino of Siena, patron saint of advertising. The Fresco Bernardino of Siena, sometimes called just Bernardino, was the Italian priest and missionary noted for his orchestral skills when preaching to Italians during the 15th century. His persuasiveness and cunning. Saint Julian, patron saint of murderers.
Ooh.
Yes.
Because they need one.
Julian had a vision that he would kill his parents in horrifying case of mistaken identity. His vision became reality. Julian asked God for his forgiveness and resolved to give himself to the service of others until he performed a fitting penance. He provided hostel for travelers and space for the needy, which led him to becoming the patron saint of hospitality, entertainment workers, carnival workers, fiddlers, jugglers, and yes, even murderers.
Wow.
There's so many great ones. Patron saint of skiers, patron saint... Oh, no, that's stupid. They're just making a joke. Anyway, the last one. But isn't that hilarious? The patrons.
Honestly, like.
Oh, there's so many. There's so many. There's so many more.
You'd have to think of something like really, really specific to like.
Oh, I guarantee you, there's a patron saint of that. Like, name the most specific thing you can think of.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I nailed it with the catfishing.
Yeah, true. I mean,
I don't think there's a patron saint of catfishing people yet.
I was doing it for a noble reason.
I'm sure.
I was trying to prove a point about men don't care, and maybe being a little bit of a troll.
That's all right. That's all good.
Yeah.
That's my seal of approval, even if you were 16 and being silly.
Yeah. Because it was fun to troll. At some point, trolls were like just like joking tricksters, and then they became like, that's some. It went from like playing fun like cheeky jokes on people to like just being like sociopaths,
Yeah. Whoever the troll who set us on the wrong path, the set of trolls that set us on the wrong path, obviously did not pray to Odin or Saint Nicholas.
Saint Nicholas,
patron saint of tricksters.
Is there?
They were not gifted.
Yeah, there's Saint Elijah, who's secretly Purnam, the Slavic god of thunder.
There you go.
or there's a few of those that exist that where they wanted to keep the old pagan stories, but they didn't want to like get mad at people to get mad at them. You know?
Yeah.
Why Medium failed. Is Medium shutting down?
Is it?
I just saw.
No. I don't know.
I just saw this thing. Anyways, I saw this article. I find this stuff super fascinating, like Christian mythologism and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
I fell down a rabbit hole a while ago of reading the heresy Bibles, the heretic.
Oh yeah.
Gospels. Have you ever
Yeah.
cracked at those? I mean, it's probably controversial to say heretic gospels because, like, the Ethiopian Coptic Church still believes in a lot of them. But like, there's like the Book of Epoch, which is a real interesting one, which is all about Noah's grandfather, Epoch, who lives in a time where renegade angels have been mating.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you? Did I talk about this, or have you read this?
Or I've heard of it. I've heard of a lot of these. Just the Cliff Notes.
Yeah, the Nephilim.
Gospels.
Yeah, the Nephilim are the interesting. Like, that's where the term Nephilim comes from, by the way.
Mm.
And what's funny is the Nephilim are supposed to be like giants. Like, nobody ever. They're always just like good-looking people, and instead of like what they actually are, which is like evil giants who enslaved humanity.
Mm.
And that's the version. And the Book of Epoch positions that this is why God sent the flood. Was to wipe out the Nephilim.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I guess the head of Medium stepped down. That's what's going on.
Oh. Eve Williams steps back after a decade of setting directions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I guess he co-founded both Blogger and Twitter.
Oh.
Which is interesting. So he created the most evil website in the world. No, that's not true. But it's up there. It's up.
Probably plenty of places on the dark web that would beg to differ.
Yeah. But it's for
not that I would know.
For random destruction, it's pretty up there.
Yeah.
You know, like just awful destruction. It does well. I don't know. I just quit it. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't. Funk, are you getting tired?
Maybe a little bit. I'm okay for a while.
Do you want? We can head off. You don't have to stay up on my account.
I don't know. Do you want to keep talking about?
I'm happy to keep talking. I'm up for it.
Gospels.
Yeah. There's also the Book of Simple Souls, if you're ever curious, which is one of the most prominent works of a female heretic. Or, no, it's the mere rotting bed frame. How's it going? Good to see you, Rotting. Long time no see. We got somebody in the chat.
Hey.
Hey, Rotting. Yeah, no worries. I had stepped away from Twitch for a while, so I'm good. I'm here with my buddy Funk.
Hey. I love your username, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Funk, put your thing in your Twitch.
Sure.
Yeah. How's it been going? Rotting? Are you? How's art? Are you still in school? Do you still live in the Philippines?
Oh yeah. Different time zones.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. How's your comic writing? Yeah. What did you? Was the election crazy? I was kind of following the election. Don't say anything that would get you in trouble. But I was nice. I was kind of following the election with like my hands on. Were you following the elections, Funk, in the Philippines?
Philippines? No, I haven't.
They were contentious and stuff. I don't want to get Rotting in trouble if, like, say, what the current leader's father did, if he does it again. But
I'll look it up.
Yeah,
on my own.
Yeah. Anyways, but how's it going, Rotting? That's awesome. Yeah. I finished my script. Are you playing any new games? Yeah. Needs to be edited now, and I am really, really, really procrastinating on that. Guess what I'm playing still? Crusader Kings 3. I keep saying to myself, I'm going to play something new, and then I just go like, I'll just play Crusader Kings. Yeah, that's the name of the game right here. Let's procrastinate.
Oh, there you go. That's how you spell it.
Yeah.
Procrastination.
Yeah, procrastination. Well,
we were trying to figure out how to say it.
We're both awful.
Spell it.
Yeah. Crusader Kings is a good game. It's one of those, like, I would argue, I don't want to call it's not really, life service is such a shitty word, but it's one of those games that kind of has infinite replayability, because it's just like, well, I think I'll try and do this run now, or this, you know. And it's a game, not to talk too much about Crusader Kings, but it's a game I play it's a good, like, podcast game or something. I always define them as, like, podcast games where it's like you can listen to a podcast while playing it. And if you just want to unwind for a little while, it's like, okay, I'll just play this. Is it, like, the best? Are there possibly much better games out there that I would fall in love with? Yes. But is it a good, relaxing game? Also, yes. Even though it's, like, the most stressful thing in the world. Like, I was doing a French. I was gonna do the French, and oh my god, the French were, like, the most annoying. Trying to, like, conquer the French are the most annoying because, like it's just constant rebellions. Like, almost every 5 minutes, like, a new rebellion happened, and so my leader had to kill, like, 30 different people, and in the end, I was just running purges pretty much on the rest of the royal family. You know?
Oh, man.
Like, real deal purges, like, anybody with a claim was, like, at the end of the sword. Because I'm like, I'm fucking tired of these goddamn rebellions. They will not be happening anymore. I rule. I actually made a TikTok about that whole run I just did. And hopefully it's super successful so I can... Anyways. What is RuneScape? Rune? this rune game. I've heard people talk about it a lot. In relation to like farming games, it is a real hoot. Funk, have I ever tried to pressure you into playing it?
I think perhaps once. The games that I'm currently playing, I take forever to get through.
Yeah.
And I'm not really good at combat, but this sounds like just like a simulator strategy game.
Yeah, it's a grand strategy. It's a lot like it's a grand strategy, but it has it comes up with the interesting element of also giving you a face and personality, because you're not just playing like you're not just playing like a country, you're playing like a specific leader, you know?
Yeah.
And you not only have to manage like the nation, but you also have to manage your like family and dynasty and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do like crazy things. Like you can have like affairs, and you have to get married, and you can have like affairs in the game.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And eventually, what's great about it is your character will die, and you get replaced by your heir. And what screwed me over...
You just kind of watch it play out?
No, you can... then you control your heir.
Then you play as the heir?
Yeah.
Huh.
And it's fun in these sorts of games where it's like... what screwed me over in this French run I did is I had a really old leader who had a son too late. So the son took over at 2. And that caused massive like civil wars to happen. So I had to constantly try to play as a 2-year-old. And the 2-year-old almost has like zero respect. You can't really do a lot with a 2-year-old leader because he's just 2.
Yeah.
And
that's
like
fun.
So suddenly so every person with a claim took this as a chance to try and claim the throne. So it was like it caused like 30 years of it caused legitimately like 100 years of brutal infighting between everybody. With like tons of deaths. So it's like, stories like this happen. Like a favorite story I like to tell of my time playing Crusader Kings is, and I'll tell this quick, and I'm legitimately thinking of turning this into a book because it turned out to be such a fun play. Okay, I'm in charge of. I'm playing in the Kingdom of Sicily, and I have a good leader. He's in charge of everything. He's a warrior. And putting together the Kingdom of Sicily has managed to piss nearly everybody off. But it's okay. He's well connected. And, he has an older son. And he's older, but he has an older son who's also a great warrior. So if he dies, it's no big deal if the son takes over.
Yeah.
A plague hits my kingdom. And literally everyone dies, but this one 14-year-old girl. Like she becomes in charge, and her whole life she has a scholar trait, so she like studies, like she was studying religion, like she was going to be a nun or something.
Yeah.
So suddenly 4 major kingdoms are bearing down on me, and I have somebody who has no training or experience with war, and somehow, and this is true. I wish I recorded it. I survive. And I win. I beat back everybody who invade. She somehow manages to outmaneuver everybody. Beat back every single, like the Holy Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and the Abbasids were all after me. And she manages to beat back all of them. With almost nothing.
The fuck, dog?
Right?
Yo, that's crazy.
Wouldn't that make a great story?
I think I call every game as some sort of simulator. That's like my joke. It's like I play simulator games.
Yeah.
Because everything's a simulator.
But
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a crazy story. And wouldn't that make a great story? Like,
yeah. If you could get it down. Yeah, if you could get it down.
Yeah, like this kid who has like no aptitude or ability is the only one left of her entire family. So, anyways, what's Rune like? Tell me what I've heard people talk about this game a lot. Do you play farming simulators, Funk?
What simulators do I play?
Do you play Stardew Valley?
No.
Tell me, you've never played Stardew Valley?
No, I haven't. What games do I even have? I don't know.
You might like Stardew Valley Funk. Have you? I think you'd like Stardew Valley Funk.
Probably.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a lot of games I'd like. Hold on. What do I play? I tried to play the Backrooms, or one of the Backrooms games.
Yeah.
Didn't really work. I gave up on the one game I was playing that was free on Steam.
Really?
Oh, I played Cube Escape Paradox.
That's fun.
Which is one of the Rustic Lake games, which was fun.
Rotting, have you ever played Stardew Valley?
Let me see.
So it's like what's Animal Crossing? I've never played that before. Is that a crime?
I've never played it either.
Yeah, Stardew Valley's great though. Solid recommend. Yeah.
I've definitely seen it. Like, I've seen the
maybe don't start playing. Maybe don't start playing Stardew Valley because it's one of those games that you'll get lost in.
Mm.
Yeah. Who do you romance, Rotting? Who's your first choice of romance in Stardew Valley?
Yeah.
I always pick.
What?
Yeah.
I think my mom actually plays Stardew Valley.
Really? It's a pretty.
Even my mom is more in it than me.
More of a gamer than you?
Yeah, for real. She has like farming games on her phone. She plays all the time.
Yeah.
I like story.
Yeah.
Games or like puzzle games.
Stardew actually is a story. It's a whole thing.
I should try it sometime. I'll put it in my wish list.
Yeah. I downloaded this. Has anybody heard of this game called The Longing?
The Longing?
Yeah, it's this 400-hour. This is kind of literally the idea. It takes 400 days to play.
Ooh.
Like in real time, you have to play it over 400 days.
Dude.
I've been thinking about like trying to do it here on stream. Like, should I play The Longing, guys?
It looks really cool. Yeah, maybe if you want to.
Yeah.
Would you want? It says it's a walking simulator. You can't run. You can only walk.
Yeah. There is puzzles and stuff apparently. So
story-rich puzzle, mystery, adventure, RPG.
Yeah. One of the things
matter. Oh man.
Yeah. One of the pieces.
I'm adding that to my wish list too.
One of the pieces of one of the things you can do in The Longing. So rotting, a lot of games have like real big features. Like there was the Watch Dogs game where you could recruit anybody in the world to your team. But in the Longing, I think, has the hottest feature of any video game in the last 20 years. In it, you can have your character sit in a chair and read the entirety of Moby Dick.
Yo.
Yeah. Like, not as like your character just animatedly reading the Moby Dick. No. You are reading Moby Dick. It is just Moby Dick, and you can just read it in full. Yeah.
That's so cool.
It does look cool. Yeah, I've been meaning... You know what? Maybe we'll play.
I'm going to look at my list here. Things I've wanted to try. I have Children of Silent Town. I picked a lot of free games, to be fair.
Yeah. I used to be
Projector Face.
Projector Face?
Projector Face.
Oh, Roddy, you'll find this interesting. 1 second. I want to show you something.
Yeah.
Entertain the people.
Incredulation, The White Door, Deep Sleep Trilogy, Cat Museum, The Testing Chamber, Unheard, Limbo, Primordia, Maggie's Apartment, Nightbook, Gone Home.
Oh, Gone Home is great. Have you played it yet?
No, these are just on my wish list.
Gone Home is good.
Firewatch is also on there.
That's good.
Night in the Woods.
That's good.
Oh, and Little Misfortune.
Haven't heard that one. We still need to play the Stanley Parable together.
It's true. We need to play the Stanley Parable.
Yeah. Gone Home is great.
Stray. Oh, I'm so looking forward to playing Stray.
Yeah. Yeah. I constantly want to get people to play Crusader Kings because I want to play multiplayer against people. Because I'm good at solo player, but what if I could play against actual people instead of a computer?
Yeah.
But okay, Rodney, I wanted to show you this.
We'd win. That's for sure.
Yeah. I played against my friend once, and like I tried so hard to protect him constantly from like because I wanted him to get into the game, so I was trying really hard. But he got mad that like in the end, like he claims I invaded him. I don't remember ever invading him. I remember constantly like sending people into sending my army into his territory so I could stop people from attacking him. And he's like, "You invaded me." I'm like, "No." But okay, Roddy, I think you'll like this. This is a comic book. This is probably one of the rarer comic books I own.
Oh yeah.
I just showed this to you, but
yeah.
You know what it is. So, in the 90s, there was a little television show starring Pamela Anderson Lee about a stripper turned superhero called Stripperella. And it was created by none other than Stan Lee. Now, a few years ago, oh god, like a decade ago, Stan Lee wrote a reboot comic of it, and he went to Comic-Con to promote it. And if you bought the comic, he would sign it for you. So I waited for 2 hours and stood right next to him when I got this signed. And yes, you can see. Right? Signed by Stan Lee himself. And I was right next to him for a whole 2 seconds.
That's really, really cool.
Right, isn't it?
Yeah.
I also met Felicia Day on that trip, and she asked me if I had gone out partying that night because I was so pale I was so nervous to meet her.
That's cute.
It was so funny because she was so Felicia Day. Do you know who Felicia Day is? I don't know references. Who knows things anymore?
Let me see if I know her. Hold on. Felicia Day?
Yeah, Felicia Day. You've heard Yeah,
I know her.
Yeah. She was in a web show that I was very obsessed with called The Guild.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of a perfect pitch for a TV show because it's about an online gaming guild that meets and becomes friends. So it's like a sitcom about that. And she wrote and created and started it, and she was very, very charming. And I was very obsessed with that show. It's a little criticism. I kind of think it got a little bit too big by the end because suddenly, my least favorite thing in comedy is when like suddenly they start bringing in a lot of like cameos and guest like celebrities and like going like, wow, can you believe like this famous person is in this? And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Yeah. I kind of wish it was just not that, but anyway. Anyway, so I met Felicia Day and I got an autograph. A picture and an autograph. And
yeah.
somewhere around here is a picture of me with Lou Ferrigno, a.k.a. the Hulk.
Oh, jealous.
And aren't they writing? Aren't they annoying? Like, it's, I don't know. I just find it annoying. Like, so many people have like ideas about comedies where it's like, well, yeah, it'll be really funny. We just hired a bunch of really famous people, and we'll just have them do like a comedy bit for a minute. You know? And every once in a while it'll work because there's a certain charge of seeing certain actors do comedies. But it, you know, you can't. Exactly. But it's so annoying. I honestly.
Yeah.
What? Sorry for cutting you off.
Oh no, it's okay. I was interrupting you.
No, what were you going to say? I wasn't going to say anything interesting.
I was going to say, I want to tell him my one, like, famous person story.
You must tell me your one famous person story now. You have brought this up. I must hear it.
Okay. It's
Tell it to
definitely
me.
not as cool as yours, though. So I'm not here to show out. But and here's the other thing. I didn't actually meet him. And you'll probably think it's dumb. Like, I got to witness and watch Johnny Depp film parts of, what's the movie called?
Pirates
Public
of Penzance. Oh, Public Enemy.
Public Enemies, yeah.
Yeah.
From like 10 years ago or more. He was filming in a town where my cousins lived.
Yeah.
Because the downtown had enough of the old-timey, like, kind of look
that
they, like, shut off the road.
Yeah.
And we were just watching him, like, shoot this one scene over and over and over again where he was on the car. I think it's pretty much the shot that, like, they put on the cover of the movie. Or, like, the main promo. He's, like, on the side of the car shooting the gun off the top. Or the rifle. And we all just kind of, like, had to stand back, like, 50 feet away from the set. And just watch them, like, back up to go do it again. And then drive through and back up and do it again. But every single time, people clapped. And he would wave.
That's hilarious.
So that's my famous person story that I got to see Johnny Depp actually filming a movie, which was kind of cool.
That is cool.
Meet him, but
then, do you guys? I have another real funny story about that Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Because that Comic-Con turned out to be maybe one of the most infamous Comic-Cons of all time.
Really?
Well, first of all, that Comic-Con was where they officially announced that the Avengers was happening.
Oh, wow.
And
yeah, that's big.
Sam Jackson, Mark Ruffalo, Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans were all there, and I got to see that announcement. That was pretty big.
Ooh,
but
that is huge.
The Comic-Con is famous for another incident, and that is...
I don't know.
The stabbing at Comic-Con.
Oh.
Dun,
shit.
dun. Yes, the Comic-Con...
Someone got stabbed while you were there?
Yes, and I was in the room when it happened.
Oh my god.
Yes. So, Comic-Con... I was in Hall H, and if you've never been to Comic-Con, Hall H is a super huge hall. Where the main, that's where all the big stuff always happens. And Hall H holds, 900 people or something. It's, crazy how much it holds. So, Hall H happens. I'm in Hall H. And the presentation for the Resident Evil movie had just occurred. It was, I don't remember which one it was. People were not into it, and somebody had to say, please, guys, ask Paul W.S. Anderson some questions.
Ooh. Yikes.
Yes, it was that awkward. Seemingly, people were more interested in the Marvel movie stuff happening, but whatever.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Anyways, So, the guy next on the docket was Jon Favreau for a movie called Cowboys vs. Aliens. A movie that I'm sure most people don't remember, but we'll let that go. Now, Cowboys vs. Aliens... But seemingly, it had been running pretty efficiently, and then suddenly, it stopped. And nothing happened for a while. And nobody was certain what was going on. And then an announcement came on the loudspeakers. Everybody, please be calm. There is an incident. Stay in your seats. So, of course, everybody gets out of their seats to see what happened. Yeah. And then the story comes. Yeah, a guy just got stabbed. There was a stabbing. Now, the rumor I had heard for years was it started as an argument. It started as an argument where this is not true. I eventually learned what actually happened, but what the rumor I heard was the rumor that was flying around was some guy said about the Resident Evil movie. A guy said the Resident Evil movie said, "Wow, that movie looks shitty," and then a guy freaked out and stabbed.
Oh my god!
But by the way, to go back to a little bit, the Resident Evil movie. This term didn't exist yet, and I'm technically not allowed to say it on Twitch. But all the people who ask questions. Let's see, rhymes with the word pimps. Definitely rhyming pimps for that actress. Anyways, so you could convincingly believe it because all of the guys were like that. They were just like, every question was like, "You're so beautiful, you're so amazing." So everybody instantly believed that. Anyways. So, but the story I learned later was it was these kind of two burly guys who had been messing with this little short guy all day, and yes, all day, and then they said, well, and then they were yelling at him, and the little guy got so mad that he stabbed one of the guys in the eye with a pen. So that's what actually happened. But anyways, so right. I was there for the stabbing of Comic-Con.
Interesting.
Hi everybody, I'm back, even though majority of the time I was just doing stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, well that's fine.
I'm probably gonna stay here because...
Yeah.
Wait, when are we gonna stop? When are we gonna stop? Because...
Yeah.
I kind of joined a bit late, so I don't want to get in the middle where everybody's gonna leave. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure yet. Yeah, isn't that a wild story, Rotting?
It is really, really crazy.
Yeah. But anyways, I picked up that comic book at the same time, and a few others.
Nice. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. Quickly, I'm gonna go and do other things. Yeah. I might have had a little bit of a moment today, but I'm not gonna tell you. So let's see. Okay, hold on. I'm still here. I'm just getting my stuff out of the way.
Okay. Yeah.
If you want to ask me anything, I am here. I'm just kind of out of it today because tired.
We all have days like that.
Yeah.
Alright, hold on. I need to charge my phone. So.
Mm-hmm. So, Roddy, have you ever been to a comic convention?
Me?
No,
rotting bed frame.
Yeah. You too, Purple, if you've ever been to a comic convention.
Yeah. Have you ever been to a convention, Purple?
I've been wanting
to. Or a Comic-Con?
I've been wanting to, but all of them are in fucking San Diego.
No.
Even though that's
not necessarily, but...
Purple,
I mean, yeah, I know, but I've been trying to find one I'm actually interested in that doesn't cost a bunch of money.
Well, they all cost a bunch of money, that's the thing. Purple, there's one. Oh, there's stuff all. I don't know if you got it. Stab comedy. We're getting rated. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh my god!
Raid!
Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We were just talking about conventions.
Yeah, we're
and
talking.
whether you have been to any.
Yeah. Have any of you ever been to a comic book convention? Yeah!
All right.
That's
what's been going on. Besides me.
So, Stab, how was your stream? What did you do? Anyways, okay, so Purple, what's going on? What have you done today? What have you done in like
absolutely nothing.
Last 2 hours that we've talked?
I hadn't done anything substantial yet because of things in exhaustion.
Well, that's okay. Listen, like, writing is not a thing where, you know, like, people always punish themselves in writing if they don't do it every day. I always think that's so, like...
I don't do that. To be honest, I kind of like not writing for some reason. But I have to do it at some point. Probably not tonight, though, because...
Well...
But I want to get the idea down before I forget about it. So, I don't know how I'm going to write on a phone, so...
Well, unfortunately...
Do you have a way to record yourself? You could leave, like, a note memo or, like, a voice memo on your phone.
That's what I always do. I always leave voice memos for myself.
Those get really weird because, like... Then I gotta edit a bunch of stuff, and I don't want to do that.
Well,
I just want to type it into my brain cells, and yeah.
Purple, have you ever used a program called Otter?
Yeah, I heard of it before.
Probably because I mentioned it, because I use it a lot. It's a transcription program.
Is it free?
Yes. Yes, it is. Technically, there's a paid version, but the free version gives you 600 hours a month, and I have no idea how you would use more than 600 hours a month.
Well, I do a lot of videos, so...
But this is audio. This is audio. So whenever you have an idea, just take out Otter, record yourself talking about that idea, and then you'll have like a written note of the idea. You know, it won't be perfect, but it'll be pretty good.
Alright, yeah. Is that on Android? Because
I'm not. I know it's on iPhone. I am not aware if it's on Android.
It should be.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's OTTER. Let's see.
I have not been to any convention, comic conventions. I'm trying to think of if I went now at this time in my life, if I would like get the full like proper experience, like without it being like weird.
Yeah, well,
I'd be like an old lady there.
No, there's tons of older people there. You know, you know, I've met older people there who, you know, like this is a thing, you know, we forget like that comic conventions are like, okay, Rodney, it was really lovely talking to you. It's good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, like, thanks for coming by.
Yeah. Like comic convention.
Oh yeah, get some sleep.
Like people forget that like comic conventions can trace like their origins back to like 60s Star Trek cons and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
So they've been. So you've had like 2 or 3 generations of people going to these types of things. So like if you want to go and you're. I forget. I forget. Funk. We're about the same age, right? I think you're a little bit younger than me.
I'm just a bit younger, I guess. Yeah.
I'm 30. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Yeah. So I've gone to these things. I haven't gone obviously recently.
Yeah.
But I used to go to them. It's where I picked up some of my beautiful wall ornaments that I hang.
Yeah, for real. I'm jealous.
Yeah. Except for the Except for the
Funny
Doctor
thing
Who.
is, I've had friends that have gone, and I just didn't go with, and I'm like, oh, why didn't I do that?
I mean, honestly, like they're like what it really is like they're like shopping. They're almost like boutique shopping experiences where everything is geared to like one sort of thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so and that can be fun, but you are gonna you will go in with the mind, oh yeah, I'm gonna be spending money, you know.
Yeah.
Like anime cons are essentially like boutique shopping experiences where everything is related to anime, or like comic cons are boutique shopping experiences where comics get, you know, a little bit of the floor somewhere over there.
Yeah.
But that's what they really are, you know, and then there'll be like occasional famous people and stuff.
Yeah,
know.
that's what I picture, like going to like panels and stuff.
Yeah.
And then like wandering around.
The panels
seeing everybody cosplaying. Like that's my typical idea of how it goes.
The panels are fun, but they're also like their work, like you know, a lot. You know, the tried and true recommendation is secretly to go like still lesser known panels because you'll get a lot of really cool stuff in there. You know.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I saw a panel with Joss Whedon right after he directed The Avengers. You know, that was back in the time when it was really cool to see Joss Whedon do stuff.
Yeah.
Not as it is nowadays, where he's I don't even know what he's doing nowadays. Probably just hiding in his mansion somewhere. thinking to himself, but I'm a feminist hero. You know, but that was like an hour of me standing in line trying to get into that. I'm like, and my feet just were you know, like just hurt like crazy after that. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I got a little burnt out after like the third one of like, just like, you know, what am I doing? I'm just going to see all this stuff later anyways. Like, whereas like, you know, like one of the funner ones I went to was a panel for Children's Hospital, if you've ever seen that show.
No.
Oh my god, Children's Hospital is one of the funniest shows in existence. It's so hard to explain what the show is, but it's a fictional it's a show about doctors at a children's hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And
Adult Swim.
On Adult Swim, yeah, you can tell it's not going to be like. It's a super surreal thing. So anyways, the panel was kind of a bizarre disaster in some ways, but it was really funny because like none of the panelists all were like heckling everybody a little bit, and like they just like crazy shit happened. Like at one point, one guy came in as like one guy who came in dressed in like a silk bathrobe decided to just lay on the floor for the whole panel. It was so you gotta look for like stuff like that to happen, you know, where like people like are like want to like goof around. Like unfortunately, the advertising ones, you know, like the big blockbuster ones, are so coordinated at times. You know, it's not super fun to go there. Like occasionally
you want to go to the more low key ones that are more loose.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally you'll get like fun panel things. Like there was Natalie Portman had like a great little interaction with a fan XL once for like it was the Thor movie, and like this guy comes up, he's dressed like Hunter Thompson, which is already funny, and he goes like, Natalie Portman, you're both a famous actress and a graduate of Harvard University, so I want to ask you a question. Is the use of Thor in modern myth finally prove Carl Jung's theory about the eternal about the universal subconscious? And also, will Thor hit somebody with the big hammer, and will it be fun? And like everybody cheered and like laughed, and she said, "Well, congratulations, you win Comic-Con." And that was a fun little interaction. And the problem is, like, you gotta get fans who are willing to, like, ask more than, like, baseline questions to people. But, like, it's always, like, the problem with, like, panels and stuff, it's always, like, it's like, hey, come see this new thing, advertise, script. And then you get, like, fans who come up and go, like, well, hello, how's it going? I just want to first note how much of a big fan I am, and how much you're my favorite. And also, I'm a director myself. And people are like, yeah,
oh
okay.
God.
Like, nobody wants to hear this. Nobody wants to hear this. Shut up. Stop, please. And then, at some point, it ends.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see how that could happen.
Yeah.
Because that's what I don't like. I wouldn't go to Comic-Con just for the very advertising things.
Yeah.
I like to hear more about the creator's story.
Yeah.
That's more interesting than them fucking around with a movie or some shit.
Yeah, but it's... Yeah, I mean, that's the way. You gotta... And it's all about just... Yeah, you know, you gotta kind of have a little bit of a sense on where to go, you know?
The only thing is, I'm trying to create a comic at some point that I could put in Comic-Con.
Sure.
Somewhere locally. So then I can actually get some recognition, I guess.
Sure.
But I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon, because I'm still stuck on this damn novel.
Probably not. I mean, if you want to work on a...
Great things take time.
Great time, and comics
I
are...
know there's some, like, fan comic conventions, so I might try, but it would have to be, like, anime, and that's not really my thing.
Yeah. Well, anime conventions are not just anime. You know, that's the focus, but there's general fan stuff, you know? I mean...
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. You know, it's gonna be fun. Ugh. Well, guys, I'm very, very tired.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm like, I don't know if I have another 10 minutes left in me, but
No.
this has been really fun.
Let's raid somebody. Let's raid somebody.
I think I'm gonna leave now because I'm gonna go see what the frick going on with other people. So yeah, I'll see y'all then. Okay.
Let's make somebody's day, okay?
Yeah, let's raid somebody.
And then we'll call.
All right. See you.
See ya, Purple. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, Purple.
Good luck with your book.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, this person's. I don't see any writers really on right now, but this person has some cool art. Well, let's rate them.
Yeah, do it.
We're rating Sparkly Rainbows.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Well, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you everybody for joining. Follow me at Bigfoot Bjornson. Follow at Esselle. Follow Funk at Say your name quick, Funk, and then we'll go.
It's at ESSELLE_FUNK.
On Twitch.com.
I changed it. It's what's that?
On Twitch.com.
And Twitch, yes.
I'm going to make this a podcast episode, so I'll link your channel.
Yeah,
in there.
that'll be good.
Okay. Well, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We're still on. 1 second. Yeah. I really hate this about the Twitch stream player is when you raid, you have to move it. Okay, now officially bye. A little extra content.